Of mine.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good evening. I would like to call to order the regular city council meeting closed session. The time is 5:31 p.m. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Pemberton,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sosa,
Present.
and Mayor Trujillo.
Here. Now is the time for public comment. I remind speakers that this public comment period is reserved for comments about the items listed under the closed session agenda. There's an opportunity later in the meeting for general public comment. This is a business meeting and we have business to attend to in the next hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council regarding closed session items. I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the Municipal Code or a citation for misdemeanor Penal Code Section 403. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment regarding closed session items to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor.
How many speakers have taken a number?
We have none.
Is there a motion and a second to close public
So
comment?
moved.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. City Council will now recess to closed session under the following authorities. Number one, Government Code Section 54957, Police Employee Appointment, Chief of Police. Number two, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, a conference with legal counsel due to anticipated litigation. We will be discussing one potential case. We will now recess to closed session. The time is 5:33. Thank you. Okay, and we're just waiting for City Manager Bradley. I think I could, are we comfortable moving forward without him? Good evening. I will now reconvene the regular council meeting closed session. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. Tonight, the City Council addressed both items on the closed session agenda, and there is some reportable action. On the second matter, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The City Council unanimously authorized the initiation of litigation against the property owner at 12543 Rose Avenue for unresolved nuisance-type conditions for which the city has not been able to achieve voluntary compliance with the owner. In the second action, and on behalf of the City Council and my office, I will defer to the City Manager.
Thank you, John. About a year and a half ago, I started here at the city. It's been a fun ride. I've really enjoyed the time here and the challenges that have been placed before me. And we have a great team. When I first started, our team was a little smaller. I've had to hire different department heads, different levels of staff, finance director, community development director, public works director. And then we had a retirement from of a police chief back in December. We've been looking for a chief since that time, and we've had on an interim assignment, an acting chief assignment, Mr. Lochner. Happy to report tonight that the council has ratified my decision to hire him as our permanent full-time police chief. He's done a great job. I'm really appreciative of his leadership during this transition, his patience as we've gone through this process. He's the right man for the job, right person for this job. We're happy to have him in this position. Just to kind of, for those of you that aren't familiar with him, give you a little bit of his background so you can learn a little more about Chief Lochner. He has over 25 years of law enforcement experience, most recently serving as the interim chief for the city since March of 2024. Prior to this, Chief Lochner served as captain from 21 to 24, lieutenant from 2013 to 2021, special operations sergeant from 2011 to 2013, sergeant from 2006 to 2011, special enforcement team corporal from 2004 to 2006, and patrol field training officer from 2000 to 2004. It's not much that he hasn't touched within the department. He's got lots of experience throughout the many operations that we provide here in the city. Additionally, Chief Lochner has a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice from Cal State Fullerton and a Master of Science in Emergency Services from Cal State Long Beach. He's completed the Police Officer Standard and Training Executive Development course, the Post Management course, and the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute. In addition to that, he is very active in the community, having served as a volunteer, partnering with community organizations to build relationships of trust with law enforcement between themselves and the community. He served as a board member of gangs out of Downey on the Downey Police and Fire Foundation, Downey Police Management Association, Downey Police Officers Association, friend of the Downey Police Canine Foundation, and the Pink Patch Project. Again, very happy to announce his appointment as our permanent chief this evening, and looking forward to a long and successful career for him here. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Before we begin the regular city council meeting open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk or from Lisa in the back. If you did not obtain a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and see Lisa. She will issue you a number card. Lining up during public comment will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. Per the city's council meeting rules and for fire safety regulations, all persons shall remain seated unless addressing the council or entering or leaving the chambers. Standing in the aisles or along the walls is prohibited. Sorry, ladies. There is an overflow seating area available in the lobby. Otherwise, we welcome you all to take one of the available seats. If there are no available seats, let us know. I will now call to order the regular city council meeting. The time is 6:39 p.m. City Clerk Duarte, will you please take the roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Pemberton,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sosa,
Present.
and Mayor Trujillo.
Here. And now to lead us in the invocation to be followed by the flag salute. For the invocation, please welcome Pastor Tanya Lopez from Downey Memorial Christian Church. And after Pastor Lopez is done, please remain standing for the flag salute. Please stand. Welcome, Pastor.
Let us pray. Most loving and wondrous God, you are the very source of our wisdom and our creativity. It is because of you that we are able to reason and plan, that we can design and innovate, that we are able to use our gifts and skills, our resources and abilities to serve and to lead. So we thank you for all these gifts that are here in this room, for the collective voices, for the ideas, for those who serve publicly, but also for those that serve behind the scenes. We give you thanks also for all those that are here as members of the community, for the residents that attend and bring their passions and concerns. We thank you, God. It is all needed and important. We ask that you guide the work that is slated to be done tonight. May conversations and updates, reports, and everything in between be constructive. We call on you to help us to partner and to collaborate with one another. Help us through all that we do to build bridges, to be peacemakers, to be those that lend a hand, to be those that stand in the gaps, so that together we might create a safer, more inclusive, more sustainable, more equitable and prosperous city for all those who call this place home. With gratitude and in unity, we all say, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Lopez. And now please welcome Girl Scout Troop 7273 and Troop 275 to lead us in the flag salute. All right. With that, you can put the microphone down, and then you're going to speak into. There you go. And you let us know when you're ready. There you go.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice and for all.
Thank you. Great job. Let's get a round of applause. Yeah. Please take your seats. Now is the time for City Council member announcements and requests for future agenda items. Conference meeting reports. I will start to my right, and we're going to start with Councilwoman Pemberton.
Thank you, Mayor Trujillo. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. They choose me because I detail what we have done. Most of us have attended the same things. For the month of August, I want to note that yesterday, August 26th, was the 3rd anniversary of the 13 service members killed in action in Kabul. All were recipients of the Purple Heart Medal. And to those that were wounded in action, they also received the Purple Heart Medal. So we always want to thank them for their service and always remember that day. I attended, along with my council colleague, a tour of SIACA, Councilman Ortiz, and I'll continue to gather information about the facility and the procedures that needs to have improvement in their area of service. We here on the council are all noted on animal welfare, and we received many letters from residents asking us to look into it. We want to make sure that the animal welfare is always first, And foremost, I know we are providing service for many cities, even contracted cities, and we have to reevaluate to see if we have enough on our plate or too much on our plate to do a good job here in Downey. So I'd like to also see increased spaying and neutering, seeing what they have available for adoption times. Let's get the hours open so people can come and see the animals at a time that's convenient for them. But I'll keep on it, so will my colleagues, and thank you for that. A thank you to Fire Department Chief for the fire department putting out a residential fire in an apartment in my district. They were not home, so they didn't sustain any serious injuries. And I reached out to the family after seeing on social media about things that they might need, and they too were to reach out with the Red Cross. I want to thank Public Works for putting the word stop on the ground at Suva and Tweedy. That's the intersection by Price Elementary. It looked like Salvador Dali artwork that was very skewed. And I'd like them to also check on the ground at Horley and Suva and Wiley Burke and Suva. So the stop signs are very prominent because we have a lot of children crossing over there. And thank you to the police department and parking enforcement for the bus that we were chasing around Orange Estates. That is not allowed to stay overnight. We have a city ordinance and a rule that oversized vehicles such as RVs can stay for only 4 hours on the street. Otherwise, they need a permit, which they need to pull, and that'll be good for 72 hours. And this allows people to load and unload their vehicle if they're going camping or leaving the city, so it's not to be there. And the owners were located, and they will find a location for that bus. I called it the Partridge Family Bus. Save the dates. We have September 4th, International Food and Music Festival coming up, 6 to 10 p.m. That's always fun at our city on Downey Avenue. September 14th? Yes. Okay. And on 9/7, September 7th, we have both Girls on Fire and Young Men Rise Up. And I'll leave that for my colleague because that's one of your initial programs that you had. And September 14th, Havana Nights. City Manager, as a follow-up and inquiry, I would like to investigate putting a stop sign on the corner of 5th and Western. We currently have a stop sign on 5th and Lorena, and it's a high-density area for residential, also apartments and such. It's not very safe to come out of that street making a left turn or making a right turn because there's a lot of cars. So maybe we can look into having one not only at Lorena and 5th, but also Western and 5th. I saw that there was an accident on Firestone by Downey Nissan that took out 2 light poles and a wall. I'd like to inquire if this type of an accident is due to illegal racing or something like that. Do we go after the drivers for reimbursement to replace those light poles on that it doesn't, cost on us?
Yeah, if there is somebody at fault, we usually go after them for a reimbursement of the cost
Okay.
that the damage they've done.
I know that's quite expensive. And we had a discussion last week about bus shelters. I know the bus shelters that were going to be with our Downey logo were requested through a grant, but that only allowed us to get 10 bus shelters. In the meantime, could we look into having something more economical, not a $50,000 bus shelter, but something more economical to provide shades for our public transportation riders? I see so many of them on the corners where trees are cut, and then they have nothing, even with rain. I had residents requesting, like on Florence and Wiley Burke, some type of a shade cover, something smaller. Maybe we just plant a tree. We open a wheel well and plant a tree. And that's what I have right now on follow-up. I know we're having the Vietnam plaque for the sundial that's coming through for our veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you guys here tonight. Thank you for participating. I'll keep my comments short. I will mention there are a couple of events that one of them, my colleague, Councilmember Pemberton, alluded to. We do have Girls on Fire coming up. That's going to be next Saturday, September 7th, and that's open. It's a free summer program, open to all girls, grades 6 through 12 in the city of Downey, and each participant will receive a free shirt, lunch, and some giveaway items. And some of the topics that are going to be covered to uplift our young women here, self-empowerment, healthy lifestyle tips, building self-esteem, healthy relationships, self-defense techniques, mental health, personal finance, social media, and cyberbullying. That's going to take place at the right here at the Downey City Library, and that's going to be from 8:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Also at the same time, at Apollo Park, from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. is Young Men Rise Up, and that's going to that's for obviously for our boys. That's going to be for boys in Downey, grades 7 through 12, and it's going to cover some of the same topics, and they'll receive some of the same goodies. So really happy that this is coming to fruition. Girls on Fire started out very successfully to uplift our young women here in the city, and a few of us got together to include Young Men Rise Up, to include our young men. So I'm the one who actually came up with the title Young Men Rise Up, so I'm pretty happy about that. So that's pretty much it. It's coming up. I will ask, I do have a couple of requests for staff. I'd like to get a survey or possible study on if a stop sign is feasible on the intersection of Casanes and DaCosta. Also, I'd like to see if we can get speed enforcement or a survey on Birchdale and Florence. Birchdale's it's off of Florence, kind of curves around behind that shopping center and the whole Jack in the Box area right there on Florence and Lakewood. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to make sure I keep my comments short today. Like my colleague mentioned, we both visited Siaka. And what I learned from that is that we service 14 other cities. And I think my colleague Claudia mentioned that we were originally 8. So I am anticipating a report fairly soon for my mayor's request. And lastly, myself and Mayor, excuse me, I'm under the weather. Mayor Pro Tem Hector Sosa and I attended a meeting with Supervisor Jenna San's office to make sure we talk a little bit about homelessness. It's a very early meeting, but we started the conversations. And with that, I conclude my comments for today.
Thank you. Councilwoman Frometa.
Thank you for that. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see all of you here in attendance. For those of you watching us via YouTube, welcome. As I always say, engaged communities are strong communities. Thank you for joining us tonight. I would like to start off by giving a warm welcome to some people in the audience, and starting with former Mayor and current Planning Commissioner Mario Guerra. Thank you for joining us tonight. Also, my Planning Commissioner, Carrie Uva, thank you for joining us. Also, we have Parks and Rec Commissioner. Hector is your Planning Commissioner. Did you recognize her?
Jeannie Wood?
Jeannie Wood.
I didn't recognize her.
Jeannie Wood.
The Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce, Michael Calvert. Thank you for joining us. And also a lifelong Rotarian and former president of the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Jim Lacey. Thank you for joining us as well. As we welcome fall, we want to invite our residents to start and or join a Neighborhood Watch group. We currently have over 235 Neighborhood Watch groups throughout the city. And part of what makes Downey a safer community is people that are engaged, that are talking to their neighbors. And I would like to encourage you to speak to Stephanie Arroyo. She can be located in our Downey Police Department. There are always opportunities to begin a Neighborhood Watch group. I know our Planning Commissioner here, Carrie Uva, you are a Neighborhood Watch captain, and you have held numerous Neighborhood Watch groups throughout the years. it is important because we need to be able to continue to watch for one another, and there is a program in place in this city to be able to do that. We are also, as my council colleague just mentioned, and I think we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, we are being more proactive regarding homelessness, thanks to the governor's mandate. And it is good that, as you know, our council colleagues are making those initial meetings with the supervisor. We want to ensure that Downey is safe, that people and businesses are free from loitering and free from individuals occupying sidewalks and or business entrances, and that our community gets cleaned up much more than it has been over the last couple of years because of some roadblocks in terms of homelessness initiatives. I also want to take this opportunity to remind our businesses to operate within the confines of their business license. It's been brought to our attention, some businesses get a license, as they should, to operate in our city, and begin operating, whether under an adult operation and or other type of operations that are not within their business license. I want to make sure that everybody understands there is a process in our city. These businesses and these things go through our planning commission, and certainly as a legislative body, we also approve and or not approve certain licenses or certain additional requests. And it is important for this city to maintain code enforcement, to maintain our codes as a municipality. And this council will be very aggressive in making sure that those businesses that are operating, A, are operating legitimately, B, that are operating within those confines. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that. And if you happen to come across a business that is an adult type of oriented business, please let us know. We have our city codes are very clear regarding operation of such places. Also, clandestine taco stands and or other types of street vendors are not allowed in our city. We want to make sure we support our local businesses, our brick and mortar restaurants that lease their buildings, that pay their employees to serve us. And if there are taco stands that are operating overnight or late night hours, those too will be shut down, even if they are operating outside of businesses that have gotten a license to operate. I want you to know that the five of us are watching. We continue to drive around our streets, and we want to thank our staff, code enforcement, and our city manager for continuing to push those enforcement activities. And for those of you that would like to continue to let us know about illegal dumping activity and or graffiti and other types of situations that you need to let us know, I want to remind you to use the Downey app. It is very easy, whether you have an iPhone or a different type of phone, an Android. Please go ahead and go to the store, the App Store or the Android store, and download the Downey app. It is very intuitive, it is easy to use, and that's how we are able to also track those requests. Last but certainly not least, also to be in the know, if there is something happening in our neighborhoods and or our city, there is a way to know what is happening and to receive alerts. They're called Downey alerts. I would like to share with you, you can text Downey alerts to 888-777. That number again, 888-777, and then you text Downey alerts. You will automatically be entered into the system so that you can receive those alerts. That will conclude my comments for tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I also want to welcome my Park and Rec Commissioner, Ernesto Valles, in the audience. Thank you for coming, Mr. Valle. Let's see, future agenda items, hoping to get an update from staff on what traffic mitigation measures we have taken or planning to conduct at Suva and Guatemala. I know school started. This is the intersection near the Olsen homes. I had asked for us to try to address the traffic congestion that exists for 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, to see what we could do to relieve the bottleneck that is happening there with that stop sign. I would like an update on what's going on with that one. Can I get a second on that one? An update? Thank you. I would like us to consider and to hear from staff on a possible ordinance regarding the sale of cars, particularly I'm getting reports, complaints about cars parked in front of the BMO Bank on Paramount near Florence, that they're clearly visible, stated cars are for sale. And they're also at Paramount near Stewart and Gray. Why is this of concern? Parking. We don't want premier parking space to be taken up by individuals who are using our streets as like dealership lots or something. So I'd like for us to consider how we can perhaps consider an ordinance to give our police the power to do something about this issue. So if we could look into that, can I get a second on that one?
Second.
Thank you. Just want to report that since the governor's order ordering cities to clean up encampments, I've had a couple of discussions with our city manager and our city attorney about what power exactly our officers have that would allow them, as they already do under 5150 welfare and institution 72-hour holds. I believe that if our officers encounter individuals that are soiled, smell of urine, they're sometimes half-dressed, talking to themselves, carrying a blanket sometimes, rummaging for food, that it would appear to me that they are probably suffering perhaps from mental health delusions and should be taken for a 72-hour hold, not just taken, booked, and released. So I want to be proactive about giving the police the power to identify these individuals. And I want to be clear, we're not going to use police time to transport these individuals. Once the officers have identified someone that we think meets the criteria of someone that should be taken in for a mental health hold, we would then call the services, dignified services. They will not be taken to county jail. The governor was very clear that that's not what he wants us to do. But I want you to know that we have heard what the governor wants us to do and that we're being proactive about it. There will also be a town hall coming in the future to address specifically this issue of homelessness and to hear from the community and stakeholders on this issue. So with that, that does conclude our comments and future agenda item requests. I will now turn to our city manager for his comments. But before I do that, I thought I would impart a little bit of facts and some trivia about the city. It's only $2. That's the cost to swim at the recreational pool at the Downey High School. So $2, please consider that. We try to keep that cost low thanks to the district. We have 12 parks that are available, and many of them have shelters that are available for your families to use for different events. We do not allow alcohols. We don't want to turn into a big banda party right at the park, but please take advantage of those. And remember, we do have a dog park in Rio San Gabriel, and we also have a skate park at Independence Park. So just wanted to share that information. City Manager Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on a couple of requests to make sure we got seconds. One of them was look at a stop sign installation at 5th and Western.
I'll second that.
To look at the economical bus shelters, potentially trees to install at locations of the city where we might not have a full enclosure.
I'll second that.
Let's see, stop sign survey at Casanas and La Costa, I think it was, correct?
Da Costa. Yes.
Did I spell that one? All right, and I think Birchdale and Florence was the other one. I got that one as well, too. Okay. I think that's all we have from staff. There was a request about the intersection at Suva and Guatemala. We do have a traffic light that's going into that particular location. That's in design. Will be installed, looks like later in the year. So that's something we'll continue to work on. But there are some improvements coming to that intersection in the near future.
Guatemala's going to get speed humps and lights, and that whole area is going to get really what it needs. Yeah. And thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Brometta, for that Downey alerts. Put the word together, one word, Downey alerts, and they'll tell you that now you'll get everything. Thank you.
Yes. Well, and I just wanted to also mention, excuse me for that, Labor Day coming up Monday, September 2nd. Labor Day, City Hall is closed. So just want to make sure that everybody knows if there's information, if there's things that you need to take care of, please come this Friday or Tuesday of next week, because Monday it will be closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's time for the Mayor's Excellence Award. And today I am honored to present the award to two individuals and an organization that I believe are making an impact in our communities in terms of saving children and saving lives and addressing issues that unfortunately continue to permeate in our community, issues such as domestic violence. FatherCon is an organization dedicated to fostering a connection amongst fathers from diverse backgrounds. It addresses common challenges and misconceptions about the successes and the trials and tribulations of fatherhood. There's a general consensus that sometimes having a father can be that positive impact on a child's life, and providing a space for honest conversations about this issue is what I think FatherCon has done for our community, to at least have us consider the role of the father and how that could improve the lives of our families, perhaps one child at a time, and then our communities. The program focuses on celebrating progress and tackling critical issues such as human trafficking, which is an issue that is alive and well, unfortunately, in our own backyards. Especially at times during sporting events, we hear of a lot of operations going around where typically young ladies are saved from the rapture of human trafficking. Attendees to the events put on by FatherCon will gain access to valuable support and resources to perhaps help them overcome obstacles and support them in having them support their children effectively. Today, I am honored to recognize Cecilia GOñEZ and Joseph Luisi. Please come forward. Cecilia and Joseph. All right, I'm going to talk about you two now. So Cecilia is a single mom of three amazing young adults. She's a survivor of domestic violence. Thank you for sharing that part of such a private part of your life, but it's through stories like yours that we educate our community. So thank you for having the courage to do that. She's been an activist for women's rights and like I said, a single mom, but been doing the community advocacy work for families and their children since 1999. It's 25 years. She's been advocating for survivors of abuse and has volunteered in many organizations like the PTA, Title I programs, English Learners Advisory Council, ASB, and the Sports Boosters at Warren High Cross Country and Track and Field. She's a passionate advocate for the end of human trafficking and a liaison to the city of Downey. She's organized several events with different clubs and organizations to create an awareness about domestic sex trafficking and has been an integral member of FatherCon success and growth. She's a powerhouse fundraiser. I know personally because she always hits me up and I'm always there to help because it's important work that you're doing. So please continue to do that and reaching out to us. We're here to support you. She has an unwavering passion, and her tireless work and dedication is inspiring to many and has made a huge impact on the FatherCon journey here in Downey. The only other thing we can say about Cecilia is that if you're going to fight to end human trafficking, she's the one to talk to. She's the one you need to keep up with. She is relentless, and we're so fortunate to have her here in Downey. So Cecilia, it is my honor to present to you the certificate on behalf of the citizens of Downey and this pin that we hope you will treasure in recognition of your outstanding dedication and impact, working as a passionate advocate and tireless community volunteer. Your work supporting families, raising awareness, and advancing FatherCon has been truly remarkable, and your commitment and inspiring efforts have made a significant difference in our community. Muchísimas gracias, Cecilia. Thank you. And before you speak, I want to talk about your partner here. I had the pleasure of also meeting Joseph Luisi, thanks to FatherCon, and I want to recognize you with the Mayor's Excellence Award. Joseph is a father of 3 and a grandfather. He's a father figure to many. He's been a community advocate for children and families since 2010, actively providing support for children who've suffered abuse and homelessness, as well as inspiring fathers and parents to unite for the benefit of their children. Seeing the importance of addressing domestic violence, Joseph earned certification as a batterer's intervention facilitator through the California Cognitive Behavioral Institute in 2019. By 2020, he added an additional certification as a domestic violence advocate. He's currently a domestic violence facilitator with Second Chance. As a board member of FatherCon, Mr. Luisi supports educating families on the importance of fathers in terms of creating a healthy environment for healthy development of children and the prevention of human trafficking. Joseph also works in the building industry as a design engineer in the electrical industry. Joseph, for your numerous hours of tireless advocacy, I want to present you this pin from the city. And on behalf of the citizens, in recognition of your outstanding dedication as a father and community advocate, including your vital work with abuse and the homeless, and your impactful role with FatherCon in educating families in the importance of fathers. And that's why both of you were chosen for this recognition. I want to personally thank you both. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now, Cecilia, would you like to say a few words?
A few? Okay. Thank you so much. Good evening. It's so good to be back here. I haven't been here in a while. City is it holds a special place in my heart, even though I have never, well, I did live here many years ago, but my kids graduated from Warren High School and from West Middle School, which is now Stafford. And I promised the principals and PTA and all of that, all of those wonderful people that I was gonna dedicate my life to make better schools and better community. Through that, I involved in many organizations, and that's how I bump into the Long Beach Human Trafficking Task Force when I learned a lot about human trafficking. And that's where I met Patrick Erlinson, who is the founder of FatherCon. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. And then, so FatherCon was born in Long Beach. And at that time, in 2019, no doors was opening in Long Beach. And I said, can we travel? Can we take FatherCon to other places? And he's like, I wish. And I said, you know what? I have really great connections at that time. Former Mayor Rick Rodriguez and Claudia Frumenta and Assemblywoman Blanca Pacheco were in council. I said, I think I can make it happen. And with my involvement in the schools, I had a good relationship with Superintendent Garcia. So this is how we were able to bring FatherCon, because I knew Downey was gonna be be the trailblaze and the role the role model to inspire other cities. I feel like Martin Luther King, that I had a dream that Downey was gonna inspire so many other cities just because the wonderful leaders that they have, like over here, former Mayor Mario Guerra, like Claudia Fermena, Rick Rodriguez, now Mario Trujillo, and all these wonderful people. It's just like very special Downey, and this is how I met my brother from another mother, Luisi, Joseph Luisi, and then we just have like trying so hard to make sure the FatherCon takes the lead that it needs to be. And just so you know, if you want to get inspired to FatherCon, we're gonna have our luncheon on September 12th in Spring Hills. Maybe Joseph can say a little bit more about that.
Joseph, yes. Yeah, we're going to have a September 12th over at Spring Hills Hotel, the new one over there on Firestone across from Lakewood. We'll be having a luncheon there where we'll be giving out more information about what FatherCon's doing and how everybody can participate. And one thing I'd like to add is, with the support of City Council and the schools here in the city, the 3 FatherCons that we've had here at Warren High School have inspired it to grow into other cities. We have other groups up in the Valley that are building up, and also down in San Diego. And we're going to continue building new models right here in Downey. We've had the book reading event for Father's Day over at Apollo Park, over at the Space Center. And then also we have, we're designing something new that we're going to have at the school that's going to be for the whole family, for the children. That's going to inspire the children, the future fathers of America and the future parents of the city. So there's going to be so much more. It's not just about human trafficking, but here in the city is where we're going to continue building the models that are going to be spread out across the nation and other cities as well. So thank you, everybody who's attended. Thank you so much.
All right, come on, Joseph. Joseph over here. All right.
Make sure I'm not right next to you.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, thank you. Okay, now I will take public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued one. By city staff, we will be calling blue number cards for the public comment period. Before we begin, I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the meeting rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the municipal code or a citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during this council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the city to conduct public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in today's meetings, from the members of the council here on the dais to staff to the members of the public, will do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. And this includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes or disrupts persons who are addressing the city council. Any conduct that interferes with or disturbs council members while they're speaking. And any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of this meeting. Attacks of a personal nature on city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. I remind speakers that your comments must be addressed directly to me, not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment to be incorporated into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we did. We received one written comment in favor of a ceasefire resolution. We received another written comment regarding the partnership between Downey Sister Cities Association and the city and the need for another sister city in Mexico. And we received a third public comment in support of the adoption of a resolution approving an agreement with the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. And that is all.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to receive and file written public comment?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Now, regarding in-person public comment, how many speakers have taken a number?
We have 10, Mayor.
Based on the number of speakers, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the city council. I remind all speakers that you must remain seated until your number is called. Speaker number 1, please come forward. Thank you. Good evening.
Lee Squire, Vietnam era veteran, Cold War veteran, U.S. Army, death before dishonor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is about honor of the Purple Heart Month. The Purple Heart Medal, bloodshed defending freedoms in the U.S. Constitution. Awarded for those who were killed in action and wounded in action. Downey High School graduates were killed in action in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. Thanks to the efforts of the city manager and his staff, honored on the Downey War Memorial are the names of 2 from Korea and 6 from Vietnam. Because of efforts by the city manager, we now present to the Office of City Manager the picture of the Purple Heart Medal. Some gave all gave some. Killed in action, wounded in action. God bless America, God bless Israel, God bless the military, their veterans and their families, and God bless law enforcement and their families. I now present to the Office of the City Manager the picture of the Purple Heart Medal.
Squire, thank you. Thank you, sir. Speaker number 2, will you please come forward?
Good evening to the council member and the people that are here. This is my first time attending one of these meetings. And the original reason that I came was because I wanted to address an issue that I had, but I was so graciously met by some of the council members, and they already took care of the problem. So I appreciate your help in this and the efficiency that you did it so graciously. I really appreciate that. I thank the police department and the fire department for their service and the council members. And I pray for you people for safety wherever you go. And so I just want to let you know, but I'm speaking with Guerra, past Mayor Guerra, I was talking to him about a situation, so I want to bring it up. And this has to do with Christ Lutheran Church that's on Horley Avenue and Florence. They had 3 volunteers, and I was one of the volunteers because I help them with the piano. I'm a pianist, and I was helping them with that. Now, they were fined $165 for the homeless people putting their stuff there at their location, which they had no control. And also, they were told to pick this up and get rid of all this stuff, and they paid $500 to this truck. This is a struggling little church. It has a very small congregation. Because of COVID, they lost a lot of their congregation. And they're in a restoration process because they had 2 fires. The pastor there is undergoing chemo treatments for cancer. And the main sanctuary was burned. And so I just feel that you should look into this because it's a struggle for them. It's a struggling little church. And like I said, I think it was an unfair thing that was done to them. And I just wondered if there was anything that they could do to remedy this problem. And so I'm also involved with the Neighborhood Watch. And I spoke with Stephanie today, and she gave me a lot of good ideas, so we're going to have a meeting. And thank you for having that service for us, because there's a lot of things that we need to address. And so she's going to bring one of the officers, and probably Hector Sosa, because he lives close by, and also the code enforcer. So we have some situations there. We're going to meet, and we're going to take care of them. I thank you for having this service given to us. So I'm taking advantage of it because I'm retired, so I have a lot of time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Rojas, we make sure she gets the information to the Clergy Council? I wonder if there's something maybe they can help with. We'll give you information to the Clergy Council. The church may already belong. They could be a resource. Thank you, ma'am. Speaker number 3, please come forward. 3. Número 3. Going once, twice, third time. Okay, speaker number 4.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think I talked to you people before about suing the police department. Okay, let me just go over this. On April 17th, Downey Police Department come over to my house, handcuffed me, threw me in jail. And they said that Jennifer Takei from the Downey Patriot said I threatened them. So my attorney, Eli Gonzalez over here, took the whole charge over to a DA in the Downey, and the DA wouldn't even press charges. He says there's nothing. Jennifer also filed a restraining order to me and took me to Whittier Courthouse. The Whittier Courthouse, the judge told her, read the thing to her, he said, this is not a threat. And Jennifer says, yeah, I know it's not a threat. But that little charge cost me 18 grand. The false arrest. I also have another $2,000 in medical because you guys sent me to the nut house. I paid $5 grand that day in the courthouse to get out. They said, we're going to let you out. And then they sent me to the nut house in Torrance or something. So my lawsuit that's already been filed and you've been served today or yesterday is for in excess of $35,000. I want a little bit more than that. I want something different. I wrote a book. Let me just explain to you. I wrote a book called The Washington Mafia. And after its printing, somewhere between April 20th, when I finished it and I sent it, I brought it down to Aaron and Ashley's Fowler Pool Service down in San Diego. Somehow or another, somebody got a hold of it. I don't know. But anyways, from there, I started sending it out everywhere. And my book never got anywhere because in the book, I wrote about Donald Trump's border wall being used as a drug smuggling operation. And if you look at so anyways, this is what happened. And I have been silent since. I've spent a fortune every single day. The only good thing is that Jennifer Takei made a false arrest, and now I can sue you, the Downey Police Department, or you can simply get me out of Donald Trump's drug cartel, communism, and terrorism. Because this has been going on, I am now under Donald Trump's communism for 28 months. I can't get anywhere. Has anybody ever heard about Donald Trump's border wall being used as a drug smuggling? No, you haven't. But right now, as far as I'm concerned, there has to be at least 500,000 other people. From the kind of money they spent on me to silence me and what they did to me, there must be at least 500,000 other people that wrote about this thing. It's very common. How do you smuggle drugs? Through vehicle traffic. To build that border wall, it took me, oh, am I done?
You are, sir. Your time
All right,
is
thank
over.
you.
Thank you. Speaker number
No,
5. Thank you, sir. Speaker number 5, please come forward. Good evening.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Bradley and staff, good evening. Mayor, my music genre that I like is rock and roll. My favorite artist is Miss Aretha Franklin. And one of her songs is my favorite song, which is entitled Respect, R-E-S-P-C-T. Now, prior to the public comment section, you read off a list of decorum rules that the speakers here should abide by. There's a series of them, and basically, to me, they boil down to one word, respect. For the speaker here to show respect to the council. But to me, respect is a mutual thing. The council should show respect to the speaker. I have a suggestion for the council, and that is that if a person is speaking here in front of this microphone, that all the council members consider not being on your phones or not running through paperwork and address or hear what the speaker has to say. That shows respect to the speaker. And with that in mind, Ms. Aretha would be proud. This ends my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Speaker number 6. Good evening.
Honorable Mayor and members of the Downey City Council, my name is Charles Leone, and I am a coordinator with SCIU Local 721. We represent the workers at SEACA, the Southeast Area Animal Control Agency. I'm happy to hear about some of the council members that also went to the facility not too long ago to tour the facility, and grateful to have this time here tonight. We're here before you tonight, and I'm here with some of our incredible folks from SEACA because we do have a problem. And it does mean a lot to be in the city of Downey, in this council chambers tonight to talk about SEACA, because as you know, Downey is one of the founding cities, along with Pico and, of course, Norwalk. And you birthed SEACA. And it's our hope that Downey can play a part with trying to fix the ongoing problems that we've experienced at SEACA. I know Councilwoman Frometta has gotten used to seeing us. We've been to a few of the Board of Governors meetings, and we understand that it can be very challenging being on the board and dealing with the challenges with that agency. But we do have a staffing problem that's huge. And we are here before you tonight. Number one, of course, happy Labor Day. God bless the men and women of labor. But also, tonight we're here before you because we need help. More than just shining a light on SEACA, we need to address their dire staffing issues. We represent the workers, and we've been at the table 1 year without a contract. It was only recent that SEACA actually got serious about moving on any economic proposals. A third of our bargaining unit makes $16.74 an hour. You go up, it doesn't get much better. $17 an hour, $18 an hour, $19 an hour. You can be at SEACA for 13 years and you're getting $20.74 an hour. You can go across the street to Chipotle and you can get paid more. Folks, we got a problem on our hands. Maybe that speaks to why our bargaining team, we've had people leave. We had 2 of our 3 folks that left because money was an issue. People are leaving. When you went to the facility, I don't know if you learned about the fact that there are about 360 work orders because they literally just do not have enough staff to address the intake. If an animal is picked up, dropped off, or adopted, it's working its hands through an SEIU 721 member. They're frontline folks. And so it is true, the budget for SIACA has grown about $1,600,000 this year. It is true within the last 4 years, as we have been without a contract the last 4 years, the director's pay has gone up, as has the other managers, 100% medical covered. But the folks, the frontline folks, the medical is so awful that most of them don't even opt into it. It is a problem. They don't even have dedicated staff to the different cities. We talk about our founding cities like Downey. Then you have the member cities, that probably speaks to the 8, and then you grow it even more, and you got the contract cities, which obviously Montebello all the way down to Orange County, La Palma, they're paying a hefty fee to SIACA. You got Buena Park as well, that's a part of SIACA contract cities, and there just is not enough staff. So please, we're before you today because we need help. We've invited the Board of Governors to our bargaining session this Thursday. We're hoping some will take us up on this offer. We don't expect to solve all of SIACA's problems within one MOU cycle, but we can do this together. And with that, I am grateful for the time you gave me tonight. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you. Number 7, Speaker 7. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Wendy. I'm an employee from SIACA, and I also want to let out my gratitude for those that visited SIACA. Now, the issue right now going on is that front office clerks like myself, we're dealing with a lot of complaints from your community members. Like he mentioned, we have 370 calls right now pending. These are animals that need welfare checks, that are roaming the streets, getting hit by car almost. And when we speak to the customers and we say we're gonna be there 2 to 3 business days, I get death threats, I get people yelling in my face, I get people cussing at me, and I tell them that I'm very proud of my job and what I do, but we're very limited with the help we can provide for these members. And the reason for that is because, as mentioned, a lot of our people don't last at SIACA. My son, who's 22-year-old working at Costco, is getting paid more than me. And it's embarrassing to have a 21-year-old, almost 22-year-old boy with a bigger paycheck than his mother. So please help us. We need all the help to keep our employees there. Thank you.
Speaker number 8. Hello.
Hello, good evening. I'm Lisa Luna. I'm a veteran of SIACA for almost 15 years, one of the last few remaining. There are numerous complaints from the public how understaffed we are. Where is management? Why is it too hot in the kennels? Why are there so many sick dogs? Why are the dogs not getting fixed during adoptions? These are the same questions I ask myself and management. It's been a revolving door of employees, multiple veterinarians. I have been through 3 executive directors. I encounter countless animals interacting and socializing for the sake of the animal, adopter, and rescue. I'm everywhere. I endure unsanitary conditions and daily safety hazards. Despite breaking up an intense dog fight and got the wind taken out of me, there was no concern for me or the dog. Management continues to get raises and has free medical. Minimum wage went up. Longevity shouldn't be the only thing we have to look forward to. With the cost of living, doing the work of multiple people, getting no support from management, it has taken a toll on all of us. We work long hours, barely making ends meet. We have been in the contract negotiations for way too long with minimal movement. All we are asking for is your support in reaching a fair agreement with SIACA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luna. Speaker number 9.
Well, a lot of stuff. First of all, I'd just like to encourage the council to dissolve all partnerships with all nonprofits in this city and stop giving them our money. They can raise their own money privately and do all their things they want to do. There's nothing wrong with that. Not a thing wrong with that. Just do it with your own money. And all the little parties like Havana Nights and the Pride Festival, I can name a few others, Downey Symphony. All those things are good. There's not a thing, I don't see anything wrong with them except that you're funneling money, our money, and it's not your job to do that. And you do it repeatedly, and it needs to stop. Also to the DDIA, you need to dissolve that partnership. There's no reason for them to be operating as a city function, coming in here asking for an increase in taxation on the property owners. That is not business friendly at all. You need to reduce staff and work more efficiently. Stop doing all the nonsensical things that you all want to do, but just do it with your own money. There's nothing wrong with that. But stop spending our money on that. We want to shrink government, make it more efficient, make it smaller. There's no reason to keep expanding these bureaucracies that you continually want to do. And now you want to raise our sales tax because you say the police won't be able to make any 911 calls and stuff like that. Well, crime is going up. Everybody knows it everywhere. But it's not their fault. It's the conditions that you have helped create. And then you present yourself as the solution to the problems you create. We're not buying it. That's like Kamala Harris saying she's trying to stop the flow of illegal aliens at the border. And she's the border czar, but they're letting tens of millions of people in. We're not buying it, okay? The sales tax, the answer is no. You don't need to get any more of our money. We've got 5 bonds out already. We're taxed out. We're tired of it. And we're not going to do it as a local measure to say, well, we don't want Janice Hahn to take our money. Well, let's just vote no on ours and no on hers. And if we do that, she won't get anybody's money. That's how it works. But you got to have some backbone and some courage. But you're all friends with Janice Hahn, and you think you're going to get money from her and that she's going to keep feeding you. No, thank you.
Speaker number 10, please. Good evening.
Hi, Mayor Trujillo. My name is Michelle Farina. I'm a lifelong resident of Downey. I'm here to ask the City Council for 3 things today. One is to consider agendizing a ceasefire resolution. 2 is to review partnerships and make moves to divest from any entities, any companies that are profiting from this genocide on the Palestinian people. And 3, to look at our Wikipedia page and notice that we have a sister city listed called Efrat, Israel, which is really in the illegal occupied territory of Palestine. And we should review that. If we're not really sister cities with them, we should get them removed from our Wikipedia page. Last time I was told that we are not sister cities with them, but yet it remains there. I had a really hard time getting out of bed today. Had to escape at work multiple times and hide in a closet and cry because it's just day after day after day of witnessing what I'm witnessing and just wondering why everybody in this community isn't rallying together to come together and speak up and make our voices heard as a united city to our federal officials. I know that Israel is not going to look at City of Downey and say, oh, they want us to cease fire, so we should do that. That's not how it's going to happen. We need our federal government to know that the people are united in wanting the end to senseless violence that's never going to lead to peace. I mean, if you look at the plans from the Israeli military, they don't even have a plan for what to do after they think they're going to defeat Hamas. Then what? They don't even have a plan for that. I'm just asking everyone to pay attention. Pay attention, use your own eyes, use your heart. And I'm not going to be defeated. I didn't want to come today, but I can't let them win by making me feel that I have to give up, because it's been 11 months now. I've been coming since January asking for these things. So I'm going to use the time I have left to just talk to my fellow community members and tell them anyone who wants to help, there are things that you can do. You can call your elected officials and email your elected officials and let them know what you think. You can boycott companies that are profiting from this genocide. There's a website called bds.com. I'll list a few companies right now just so you know, like Disney is on here, Chevron, HP, Puma, Siemens, Airbnb, Intel, Burger King, McDonald's, Pizza Hut. Just boycott these companies, and even that can help. Also, if you're on Instagram, there is a page called Operation Olive Branch, and they have vetted all the GoFundMe pages and the people in Gaza who could use support, and they make sure they're legit so you could donate your money there and not worry that you're being scammed. So thank you very much for your time. Ceasefire.
Thank you, Ms.
Can I
Farina.
submit this?
Yes. Thank you. I believe that's our last speaker. Is there a motion and a second to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. Now's the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item? Is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
The consent calendar is approved unanimously.
Okay. There are 4 administrative reports this evening. Number 10, item 10, is a Measure S 2024 annual report. Presenting will be the administration. That the City Council receive and file the Measure S 2024 annual report submitted by the Measure S Independent Citizens Oversight Committee. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for item number 10?
Yes, Mayor. We have Vanya De Rojas, our Assistant City Manager, who will provide the report.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. As you're aware, in June of 2016, the Downey City Council adopted Resolution Number 16-7657, establishing the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee. The role of the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee is to review the revenues and expenditures of Measure S funds, review financial audits and city financial reports, and issue an annual report. The Citizens Oversight Committee is comprised of 5 Downey residents. Each was nominated by a member of the City Council. The Citizens Oversight Committee includes Chair Mario Guerra, Vice Chair Carrie Uva, and committee members Cesar Chavez, Beth Zandro, and Rebecca Reyes. The Citizens Oversight Committee holds its meetings at Downey City Hall. Meetings are open to the public, and agendas or minutes are posted on and available on the city's website. City staff has provided the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee with updates on Measure S revenue and expenditures and the results of the annual independent financial audit. The Independent Citizens Oversight Committee has completed a comprehensive review of the provided information and has submitted the attached Measure S 2024 annual report for City Council consideration. The report covers 4 periods going from fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, through fiscal year July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. I do want to note that there was a transition period for the last couple of years where there has been delays in the reporting as we were filling some key vacancies in different departments. Now those positions have been filled. There's been the capacity now to develop the actual report that you see in front of you. I also do want to note that this report is different than prior reports. The City Council and the City of Downey has always strived and taken pride in bringing transparent to the community about the use of its city funds. So this report goes above and beyond and really enhances our transparency of how we utilize Measure S funds. The report is broken down into 6 different categories, and I'll go through them briefly. So Measure S background, which talks about when it took effect and the purpose for Measure S. It also talks about the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee itself, which I mentioned briefly earlier. It also goes into a brief description regarding the lease revenue bond as related to Measure S. And just for quick background, the issuance of the lease revenue bond was for $50.54 million, and it was to be prepaid over 20 years with revenues derived from Measure S. The bond proceeds were used to fund capital improvements throughout the city. And those improvements for those different facilities were determined through the 2016 Downey Parks and Open Space Master Plan. The lease revenue bond allowed the city to expedite facility improvements as opposed to completing them over the 20 years of Measure S. And additionally, as part of the bond purchase, the city had to expend 85 of those proceeds in 3 years from the time of issuance and submit a notice of completion. The report also discusses the annual independent audit. The auditors for the Measure S and for city funding is Lansol and Lungard LLP. And it concluded its most recent audit of fiscal year 22-23 report that the city complied in all material respects, the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the city as of June 30th, 2023. The report also indicated that the audit did not identify any deficiencies in the internal controls over compliance that is considered to be material weakness. The independent audit review of Measure S funds for fiscal year 22-23 will be concluded this fall. The next section of the report goes into the revenues. Measure S transaction and sales tax revenues are collected by businesses remitted to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, similar to others' sale taxes. The breakdown for these revenues received by that agency is listed in the report by fiscal year. The report also goes into the expenditures, and I do want to note that this area of the report has been in much greater detail than in the other reports. It breaks down the expenditures of Measure S funding into the following areas: public safety, personnel, public safety equipment, facility improvements, repayment of the lease revenue bond, which is done on a predetermined schedule by the bond issuer, the public safety liability insurance, and ULA benefits. Further detailed from this, there's a breakdown of public safety personnel by fiscal year that has been introduced to each of the adopted budgets. A total of 28 public safety positions have been funded by Measure S through fiscal year 23-24. And of the 28, 27 of those positions are new. And I do want to note that while this is a benefit to the community and growth in our public safety teams, these numbers only get the city to 2008 numbers, not to current needs of the city. Following that, the report goes into public safety equipment, and it breaks down by detail every purchase item related to Measure S as they relate to public safety. And then the third item is facility improvements. Facility improvements are listed in the report by completion date, the improvements that were made, and with accompanying photos. And this is really a highlight of the city. So as previously mentioned, we had to complete these items within 3 years of when the bond was issued. This is pretty unheard of for cities to do such a massive CIP improvement in our neighborhoods, especially with no added staffing. And so that really highlights the collaborative efforts between our city departments. So really just want to thank our departments for that. So this really concludes staff report. Staff is available to answer any questions related to this. I do want to acknowledge Francesca Navarro, our acting assistant finance director, Solema Martinez, our accountant, and Christy Valenzuela for our consultant principal accountant for all their assistance in developing this report. It did take a lot of time and effort, so I wanted to acknowledge that. Additionally, we do have Chair Mario Guerra here representing the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee, who will be providing comments from the committee, and also just want to acknowledge Vice Chair Carrie Uva, who's also in the audience.
Thank you, Assistant Manager De Rojas. Former Mayor Guerra, please.
Great to see you. She laid out a great report for you, that 85% of the work done in 3 years with no additional staff is crazy. That, well, you guys saw it, you guys all felt it. So I'll be short. 2016, the Downey City Council established the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee. The role of the Oversight Committee, as she stated in part, was to review the revenues and expenditures of Measure S Fund, to review the financial audits and reports, and then to issue the annual report to the Downey City Council, but also more importantly to the residents of the city of Downey. I was proud to have been asked by former Mayor Alex Saab to serve on the initial committee. Former Mayor Dave Gaffin was elected our first chair, and I was elected vice chair. And when he passed away a few years later, I stayed vice chairman out of respect for Dave Gaffin, who is my dear friend. I was now elected chairman, and I was reappointed by Mayor Trujillo when he came into office 3 years ago. The report in front of you mentions our current entire board, which does have 2 new members. Councilman Pemberton was also our initial committee alongside Donald LaPlante and Vice Chair Uva. Today, you read your representatives are Cesar Ortiz from District 1, Beth Jonro from District 2, Rebecca Reyes from District 3, and Carrie Uva from District 4, and myself representing District 5. So the committee approved and reviewed the annual reports a few weeks ago. Our committee met in detail with staff, reviewed the approved report and independent audit that you have in your packet. The progress and the amount of work that was done in a short period of time was extraordinary and a blessing to our city. Over $50 million was spent in expenditures, adding public safety personnel, adding public safety equipment, from our fire stations to improvements all throughout the city. The benefit to the city with this bond is that we were able to expedite several needs, but also wants. Public safety and parks, obviously, and to use future revenues in a safe and prudent manner. So in the future, half of every sales tax for the next 15 years, it'll come to pay off the bond debt. So that's something that we don't have to use out of general funds. And we expedited all that money. We have beautiful new parks now. We have all kinds of different equipment and so forth. Measure S money has been spent appropriately, and the city has kept its promise to the community. And that's very important to hear today, that we have kept that, and you all have kept that. It's done a lot for our community, and the city council have not only been responsible, but also visionaries in what we have done in such a short period of time. Our committee has met its fiduciary duty, and we want to make sure our residents and you know that we have all been good stewards of our bond revenues. Transparency and benefits are vital to the bond obligation and promises that we made to the community today and in the future. So thank you. Oh, there she is. Thank you, and to their city's manager too, and for the staff that does it. We've been doing this for quite a few years now, and it's just fun to see the completed projects. So, and the turtles are almost back at Wilderness Park, by the way. I came from the south. I welcome any comments that you may have or the other self.
Thank you, Chairman Guerra. Does any member of the council have any questions for staff or for Chairman Guerra?
I don't have questions. I just have comments. Thank you for being here, Mario. And, I like you, I am really pleased, and I'm in awe of what the committee has done, certainly what the staff has done. I know that prior to my election in 2018, I participated as a member of this Measure as Oversight Committee for a brief period of time.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't think of that. The thing. I'm so sorry. I did not mean.
That's okay. That's
You're
okay.
absolutely correct.
No,
I knew that.
But I think that what is important here is that the transparency factor, and for individuals in our city, and again, the fact that this half-a-cent tax increase, what we said we were going to do got done, and it is very specific, laid out the exact amounts that were invested in our parks, in our library, in our theater, as well as the 28 public safety positions that have been funded through Measure S, including the 10 police officers. Again, these are things that we promised the residents of Downey, and without any delays. Well, there were some delays because of COVID, but as we look at the report, everything has been itemized, and we've had a very good Measure S committee that has gone through this information, and as we look at another measure coming up, I think it's important for our community to see that the monies that were raised and this bond was exactly intended for these areas. And as we look at our city, and as we look at our parks, and as we look at what is important to this community, public safety and the quality of life as we enjoy our parks, that This is transparent. This is what I call transparent government. And this information is open for the public to dissect, and for these numbers, for the public to see how the public safety equipment, everything is broken down by fiscal year. And I think that is important. So I just want to say thank you, Mario, as the chair of the committee, as well as Carrie. Thank you, Carrie, as the vice chair, and the rest of the committee members. This is a very, very good report, and I also want to encourage our community to take a look at this. This is public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions or comments?
I would make a comment as well. As being on the original committee, it was a learning experience for me. I've been on several, but this, we could see to fruition. Every meeting that we had, we took a tour at one time. First, I'd like to say the audit that had no discrepancies, that's excellent transparency, so that we are watching this from a third eye, a different lens. And in the fiscal year of 23-24 on the report, it states the different police and fire enhancements that they received. They are still continuing to help strengthen their departments with vehicles or equipment and upgrades to the network. That's always first and foremost, as we say, for public safety, and the community enhancements with what we've done to the community. Being in the softball and needing park space, I think one of the things that I really appreciated and the residents did is seeing a new park. The Discovery Sports Complex that you have listed here. Who gets a new park in the city? That really helps our community a lot. And the elevator at the Downey Theater. Remember, we decided that let's put in the elevator, and then all of a sudden, we need fire sprinklers, and now it's a little bit over budget. But that helps for ADA accessibility, getting up to that second floor. That was a win-win. And lastly, I'll close with our library. Our library now is a living library. When we went to the library in my day, it's quiet, no food, no nothing. And now I feel like telling everyone to shush, shush, you're talking too much. But it's that collaboration with other, people that are working together and students and such. It's a whole new generation. We have a whole new library, and it's a living library, which is great. So thank you very much.
I will comment that in a good way, that Councilwoman Pemberton, the very first meeting, had a lot of questions, as you know, because we all know Councilwoman Pemberton. That was a long meeting because she did do her diligence in a good way. No, that's in a good thing. I didn't mean that as a put down. So anyways, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? Thank you, Mayor Guerra. We appreciate you coming. So I will now entertain a motion and a second to receive and file the update. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second? Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay. Now we'll move on to item number 11 on tonight's agenda, discussion of sister city partnership with El GRULLO, Jalisco, Mexico. This report will come from the administration. That the City Council provide direction on a request for a sister city partnership with El GRULLO, Jalisco, Mexico. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for item number 11?
Yes, Mayor, we'll have our Assistant City Manager provide this report as well.
Great.
Thank you, City Manager Bradley. So at the August 13, 2024 City Council meeting, the City Council requested staff to explore the process of establishing a sister city partnership with El GRULLO, Jalisco, Mexico. President D. Eisenhower established the sister city concept in 1956 as a way for cities in the United States to create formal partnerships with foreign cities, leading to exchange of information and ideas, and developing friendships and deepening cultural understanding. The city of Downey established the first sister city partnership with Guadalajara, Mexico in 1960. The city of Downey has 6 sister cities. In addition to Guadalajara, Mexico, the sister cities and date of establishments are Valle of San Quintin, Mexico in 1980, Alajuela, Costa Rica in 1991, Ensenada, Mexico in 2001, Fresnillo, Mexico in 2009, and Roscommon, Ireland in 2013. So Roscommon, Ireland, the birthplace of Downey's founder, John Gately Downey, reached out to the city of Downey to initiate the discussion of a sister city partnership to establish and strengthen historical ties between the two agencies. All of Downey's sister cities have been formalized through adoption of a resolution by the City Council. The city of El GRULLO has invited the city of Downey to become a sister city, and that request is in attachment A of your report. It's by email introduction and includes a draft resolution. The proposed collaboration between the two agencies would include the promotion of businesses and government meetings, sharing of cultural expressions and traditions, activities and strategies to foster tourism, and the development of projects of common interest. El GRULLO is located in the Mexican state of Jalisco and was established on December 14th, 1912. According to the 2010 population and housing count, the municipality has a little over 23,500 residents. El GRULLO economy is based on the provision of services and sales of goods and products followed by agriculture. And the city has a great diversity of natural, historical, and cultural attractions. So for the process for establishing the sister cities, the process for establishing one, as recommended by the International Sister Cities Association, is as follows. So it begins with the research phase. Sister cities relationships are strategic long-term partnerships that should be mutually beneficial. Number 2, develop a line of communication. Establish a line of communication by sending and receiving a letter of introduction from one mayor to the other, similar to what you got in attachment A. A correspondence phase, focusing on learning more about each other's communities, discussing local involvement, and developing a possible work plan if possible. Development partnership agreement. The agreement can range from ceremonial with language focusing on commitment to fostering understanding, cooperation of mutual benefits. So in the past in this city, that's typically done through the resolution where it's outlined in the whereas of what the intent is, and then perhaps little details in the sections. And then the 5th is signing the ceremony, and that is once the agreement has been developed and both communities have approved, the city representatives will sign the document, which can be done during a formal signing ceremony. Here in the city of Downey, it's typically, again, done through the resolution and adopted at a city council meeting. And then the last phase is phase 6, implementation and evaluation. Establish a time frame to evaluate the partnership and adjust if needed. So pending on the council direction, staff will present a full analysis following the format as outlined above, along with the resolution between the City of Downey and El GRULLO, establishing the El GRULLO as the City of Downey's 7th sister city at the September 10th City Council meeting. This concludes staff's report, and staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'll lead discussion, if I may, as I brought this item forward as a request from the current president, Carmen Amarillas, and the previous president, I think his name is David Angelo. As we know, here in Downey, which is different than from other cities, we have a sister cities organization that is independent of this body. They are their own nonprofit with their own bylaws and their own leadership structure with the president. They meet, I think, once a month in Golden Park. And the way I see it in discussing this item with staff, they are sort of like an advisory or make recommendations to us as to who they believe we should engage in establishing this relationship and giving it some formality through the resolution process. It's been explained to me that this is how we did it last with Roscommon, Ireland, and I know that former Mayor Guerra was very active in that. We're being asked to consider El GRULLO Jalisco. It's my understanding that they vetted 4 different cities in Jalisco: Zapopan, El Limón, Tecolotlan, and El GRULLO, and their recommendation is El GRULLO. We did receive a visit, I believe, Councilwoman Pemberton, you and I, and Councilmember Ortiz were there at the park when this delegation came from El GRULLO to see us. We were busy that night. Their mayor, their presidente municipal, Milton Fajardo, I believe came all the way from Jalisco to meet with us. It was short-lived. It was real quick. We did it at concert in the park, and Sister Cities, the organization, was there. They wanted to show the seriousness of this request. They followed it up with channels and contacted us directly, and I ran that through staff. So we're here to decide if we want to formalize this agreement as we did before with Roscommon through a resolution, and if council agrees with this, what we're proposing after discussing it with staff is that we set a special meeting because of the ceremonial nature and how long it would take to conduct this one item. I would propose that if we want to move forward with this, we have a special meeting from what time did we say, Alicia? 4:30 to 5:30. Announced that it'd be posted. It would be open to public. There will be public comment with that one item. Comments have to be limited to that one item on the agenda. We would then conclude the formalities, the resolution, sign the paperwork, whatever needs to be done, exchange flags, then maybe have a cake, some coffee or whatnot, and then we would proceed to conduct our normal city business, which it starts with our closed session. This is September 10th, is what Sister Cities is asking for. And they're actually on standby to see if we want to move forward with this, if we want to ratify this agreement through the resolution process so they can book their tickets, the mayor and some council members, I understand, to come from El Grullo for this ceremony, this special meeting, if you will, that would be followed by our regular business on September 10th, the closed session, and then our regular agenda. So this item would not appear on the regular agenda that night. It would be conducted on its own. So with that, after discussing with staff, we're here to give the staff guidance. So I want to open it up for discussion. Any questions or comments?
I just have a couple of comments, if I may. Looking at the report and knowing that Downey has 6 sister cities, 4 of which are in Mexico, one of which is Guadalajara. How far is El Grullo from Guadalajara? Do we know?
I've traveled personally through there. My hometown is further down than El Grullo. With the conditions of the roads today, it's greatly advanced. You can get from the Guadalajara airport to El Grullo in 2.5 to 3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, it's towards Colima.
Now, how active is our sister cities group? And I know, knowing that they are an independent and they have been from the city, they do advise us, and as a council, we make that decision. But I know that since COVID, there's so much that was paused, and of course, a lot of the transitions that we've had in our organization. I know there hasn't been a tremendous amount of movement with the 6 sister cities that we currently have, and I know that we did welcome the mayor of Guadalajara here. Was it earlier this year or was it last year?
I believe it was last year.
Was it last year?
He was.
It was in September. It was September 16, 2022 is when he came here officially as the mayor of
And then
Guadalajara.
he came again earlier this year. He's running for governor, correct?
Correct.
But anyway, I'm wondering if we are right now, if we are involved in fostering and continuing to develop the ties that we have with the current sister cities, and what is our intent? I know that I know, Vania, you said that you outlined, and is in the report, the process of establishing sister cities. And one, of course, is the cultural exchange and the traditions, et cetera. And of course, if 4 of the 6 sister cities are in Mexico, I think, from a cultural standpoint, we're pretty dialed in. I would like to definitely see the program expand. I don't know if we have done enough to date to expand the relationships with the current sister cities.
If I may touch on that, just recently we had Ensenada visit. Roger, help me with this. I forget the gentleman's name. He was the mayor, and now he was recently elected to federal Congress, and he visited in our second floor conference room. We did have a reception of sorts. So I know we are active, at least in Sister Cities is with Ensenada. Guadalajara, I have to say, primarily through Councilmember Ortiz's uncle. He's been very instrumental in helping us strengthen the relationship with Guadalajara. It was actually Councilmember Ortiz's uncle who, I don't know if he paid for costs for some people like Lemus to come here. So his uncle has been very active in this. I'm not sure how active Sister City is. I did attend some of the meetings my first year as council members. They were going through a transition. Their membership had dwindled significantly. We were in pandemic times, and we did have a couple of receptions to sort of help them get back on the ground after the pandemic, and they established new leadership. I used to turn to the Tuttles. I kind of saw them as Mr. and Mrs. Sister Cities. I don't know if they're still active with the organization. I know we got an email from Mr. Tuttle, but I haven't really attended lately, so I don't know
Yeah, if
what
I
they've
can
been
add a
doing.
little bit to that. So there's definitely no social media presence right now, so it's hard to gauge what their activities are. Additionally, they typically would meet at Golden Park, I believe, and they have not met there in the last few months. So going back, there's been a tremendous amount of transition in that group of people. There's been trying to get individuals from outside the city to hopefully try to grow the group, but it has been very small, and it hasn't been necessarily as active with the city in prior years because of that transition. So right now it doesn't seem to be as active as it was previously. And going back to your question, Councilmember Fromento, so yes, there's the three cities that we have primarily been more engaged with is Ensenada, Guadalajara, and Fresnillo are the three that we have. So as the mayor had mentioned, there has been visits primarily with Guadalajara coming to our city. Also, there's been some donations of reserve fire engines to these different, which our city council has authorized to those once those are allowed. There has been some travel between the two from us to there. I believe the mayor had gone on his own actually to Ensenada representing our city as well. And then similarly, there were some meetings, a little dated, but 2018 and 19, again, recognizing individuals visiting us from Fresnillo. So those are the three cities that we have primarily been engaged with.
I will say also that when they notified me that Zapopan wanted to establish a sister city relationship with us, I thought it was odd because Zapopan is right next to Guadalajara. I visited, impressive city. I came back with that Pulse of Life idea. I got to visit their police department, their station. And then later they brought forth the Tecolotlan, what's the other one? El Limon, and then El Grullo. And it was later told to me, well, that they were hoping that we would move forward with El Grullo. How they arrived at that selection, I'm not privy to that information.
Do we know if the Sister Cities group in Downey is still active?
So we're not sure how active they are. They did combine with some members of the Pico Rivera residents and community members there to create kind of like a new sister cities, if you will. But they're still a bit in transition, and so they haven't met regularly recently. And again, there hasn't been activity on the social media, so it's hard to gauge where exactly they're at with membership.
And any idea how much these relationships, these sister cities, cost the city, our city?
To our city, it's very nominal. We haven't had too many expenses related to this.
Okay. The Guadalajara is in the state of Jalisco, right?
It is. Yeah. It's the capital.
Okay. I know Guadalajara and Ensenada are the most active. I mean, are we doing anything else with the other sister cities?
A little bit with Fresnillo, but not the others, no. But though I will say one of our state representatives have mentioned about a delegation visit to Ireland or vice versa more recently, just because of the relationship with our founder, John DeGailey Downey. But other than that, no, outside of the three.
I would note that I know there was a recent attempt by a previous council to go to Ensenada, but cost was an issue. So we didn't move forward Yeah, I think that you were leading that, and so I did go to the extent of telling sister cities that if they were expecting us to have like a big ceremony with food and that's not something that we would contemplate. It's in our budget. The ceremony, if we want to move forward with it, I think is going to be coffee, pastries, and we're going to exchange a flag and some resolutions. So the cost of this process, if we want to go forward, is nominal as well. I don't think there's a line item for sister city activities currently in our budget, and that's why they function on their own and incur their own costs and whatever activities they're doing. They've never come to us since that situation in which their request was declined.
I'm just assuming anybody from that organization is here right now, present, right?
No, not from my.
And that's something I want to make a note of. I checked on Facebook and the account is closed. So it looks like they really aren't functioning as they used to. And in speaking with a lot of other people that used to be involved long-term, it was a cultural thing between individuals. The city really was not involved. It's not between city to city. As it was set up back when Eisenhower first did it, it was to create cultural relationships to prevent war and things of that nature. And that's why we were the first, as you know, former Mayor Guerra has always told us, Guadalajara was our first sister city. And then also bringing in Roscommons, where our founder was, and coming into different countries. I'm surprised to see we had Costa Rica. But more importantly, it's sort of like a Seroptimus Friendship League, where you have different countries, and usually in different countries, not many in the same country. You mentioned the Tuttles. They did send an email, and they voiced their opinion here, questioning a few things, because they had a lot of experience being in sister cities. And if you don't mind, I just wanted to read one little section of that. He says, the original intent of the program was to bring together diverse cultures, and at the time of partnering with Guadalajara, this was the case. Now, after 6 decades in partnership with 6 cities, 4 in Mexico, and the first being Guadalajara, which happens to be in the same state as Jalisco and only 106 miles away from El Grullo, this is no longer the case. So he's trying to tell us that it's very close and we're not getting the diversity that this was enacted to be. They'd be curious to see the current the status of our sister cities, because that begs the question, why wouldn't they be here to bring it to us that they've had a relationship or the reasoning for it, and that they're able to continue. The funding is another thing that they had difficulty with, and a lot of times I think they were not able to continue. We need to really work with the sister cities we have now and ask them, what are you able to do? Do you have the time? Do you have the people? Do you have the funds? I think rather than going on and adding another one where nothing's going to happen. And that might be offensive to them if nothing's going to happen versus just in name only. So in lieu of their comment, it says, do we need another sister city, and especially in Mexico? Some of the other former sister cities said they were working on trying to get Canada, our northernmost country, another different country. I thought it would be good to get one of our astronauts, but it has to be in a different country. So not Ohio. Yeah. Ohio's not a country. Yeah. Our first astronaut. So that's my comments.
Yeah, my take on this is I know they are active and have been traveling as part of delegations with AJOUA. Councilmember Ortiz, is that the name of the organization? AJOUA, Association de Jaliscienses Unidos, something like that. You know, it's unfortunate that, well, not unfortunate, but Downey's 75% Latino, and I have to believe that most of that population are probably descendants of Mexico. I don't know if this organization is looking to strengthen relationships with some cities in terms of trying to keep cultural traditions alive with their families, maybe their communities. I don't know why they're sticking to Mexico, but I know that they're going at least once a year in these delegations. And the trips we visited, because I went on one on my own, they were all in Jalisco. So there seems to be this great connection to Jalisco, maybe because of the relationship between this AJOUA and the incoming governor. So they are continuing this traveling back and forth, and Carmen Amarias was there and Angelo, I forget his name, the previous president was there, and some other members were there as part of the delegation that I was able to travel with. So they are having these exchanges. We're just not privy to them because they don't report to us. Then that begs the question, well, how important is sister cities to us since we haven't done anything or been active since the Irish came to us back in 2013? It doesn't seem like these relationships, I should be careful what I say, are a priority for us. And we have so much going on here in our city that establishing new sister city relationships, I'll be honest, has not been my priority because we have so much going on. Yes, I wish it would have been a representative here, but they did make the request. President Amaria's called me directly. She's been following up with me, asking me for things that I cannot provide because I told her it's not my decision, it's the council's decision. They wanted me to send off letters of invitation, and I was like, I can't do those things. That's not how we operate. So it is a request for them. I'm inclined to give them some deference because at least they've shown some initiative. And we did get the formal request from El GRULLO. That I did ask for. I wanted to hear from their mayor, their leadership, and not just our organization. And that's what brought us to here today. So what do we want to do? Because the staff needs direction. Anyone? I'll make a motion that we follow the recommendation of Sister Cities and El GRULLO as we have received it to formalize this relationship with them through the form of a resolution to have this special meeting that we can provide the ceremonial event for this one agenda item to be held on September 10th.
I'll second that, given that I have, my own uncle is very heavily involved, so he's taught me the importance of forming these relationships and what it matters to our community. So I'll second that motion right there for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have an issue with it. My only concern, I just want to make sure this isn't costing our city any money.
But I also want to make sure that Sister Cities is viable and strong so that Downey doesn't look like they didn't do anything, they didn't reach out. If they are not working as a sister city in having that communication and being strong, it's just a proclamation with, well, Downey doesn't do anything for us. I don't want to get a negative feedback on that. And I think we could with, well, have we reached out to Costa Rica? What do they think of us there? And how about the other 4 cities? Are they really an entity that can do that? That's my concern, that it might not be so beneficial for us, just the opposite, because they may be expecting more than what they're going to get.
It might be prudent for us to, in the future, have some sort of liaison, right? That would be our communication.
Maybe they could come back at a future meeting and present themselves and tell them what they have done and what they plan to do. I'd feel more comfortable that way.
My only concern with that is the September 10th date. They seem to have lined up. I mean, we've been in discussions and talking. I've been talking with staff only because this has been their request. In terms of how active they've been, I mean, it seemed to have vetted 4 cities. So again, I don't know how they arrived at this one, but it seems like they've been having these communications or whatever channels they have established in Jalisco. They're out there meeting people and vetting these requests.
Just knowing that there is an organization, it seems like I know more people that are no longer there, that have left, that have seen some type of division, and then it doesn't make sense to bring something new on board when what they have on their plate already isn't going to be serviced correctly or addressed correctly. So that's why I would refrain.
I also think that anytime there's an organization that is promoting itself as Downey sister cities, there's got to be some stipulation or some parameters in terms of being Downey residents, being individuals that are invested in the community, as opposed to residents of other cities. They've got to be Downey, and yes, to your point, there's got to be a liaison. One of us on the dais needs to liaise with them so that we know what is happening. I know in the past, one of the issues was the organization utilizing letterhead, official letterhead to send correspondence, and that had never been approved nor vetted through the city or through the council. So I think to your point, Councilmember Pemberton, I think it's important to grow this, but also if we don't know who is Downey Sister Cities at the present time, what is their plan? What is their strategic plan? What are they doing to foster and grow the sister cities currently part of our program? How are we expanding? I too feel a little uncomfortable saying yes, and what is the expectation of Downey when we don't have any oversight and we don't know who's leading these?
And that they know it's meant for people-to-people communication and not government-to-government, that we, Downey, as a city council, are not going to fund certain things, reach out to them in a sense. It's in the individual private association.
Yeah, just why the rush? What's the significance of this September 10th date? I'm trying to understand.
I don't know. I don't know how they arrived at September 10th. I would say this, so if we're going to create liaison positions with one nonprofit, is it incumbent upon us to do that with all the nonprofits the Downey Kiwanis Club? We know who they are, right? It's just unfortunate that none of us know what Sister City's doing. They've submitted this request, but I kind of feel like it's on us. If we don't know what they're doing, we should have asked before. We should have perhaps been in touch with them.
I do have a question. So from my colleagues, would you guys feel more comfortable that they come here, somebody from their association and rep, and come give us a presentation about
Absolutely. What have they done? Why are they picking up another country? What have they done for the ones that we already have in the other cities? To show that in good faith they, as representing Downey, are doing something for the countries. The same thing, what is coming from their countries to the association that they can show us or present to us. I think we have a big gap. Our local nonprofit groups, the Kiwanis or what other groups, we know they're viable, we know what they do. It's a whole different scenario than this group where the Facebook says account closed. That's my first red flag, account closed. If they were still in operational, maybe under a different name, there would be something else. Maybe I'm not seeing everything that they have, but I have to question.
Then table this matter and then maybe
We don't have time. Their request is for September 10th, and I just feel like we're imposing all these things on this nonprofit that we've never imposed on anyone else.
I don't know if it's helpful or not, but I will say all of our sister city relationships are actually between the city and the sister city in the other country, not necessarily involving the Sister Cities Association. So if that relationship is somewhat of a problem, usually we contract directly with the sister city itself to say, hey, there's a relationship between Downey and your organization, and then Sister City sort of supplements that. So that might be something to consider as you go through this. And the ability, as far as it relates to budget, it's up to the council what you want to do to spend money or resources on any kind of relationship that we have. Generally, a lot of them are ceremonial. We share information back and forth. We might send some things that are important, like a flag from our organization to theirs, to let them know that we value them and they value us, and get to know each other a little bit better. So it's more of a friendship relationship. So it really depends on how. But if you want to go farther than that, you can. You can even go visit and that kind of a thing. But sometimes it's a little just more ceremonial in nature.
But when it comes to that, we can decide as we go.
That's all your decision to make.
Approvals or
Correct.
whatever.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Why was the deadline of the 10th noted here for?
That's what they asked for. That was an accommodation that I think was more for the people coming from Mexico, because they also. Do you know if AHUA has their Hispanic heritage? They might be coming for something else having to do with cultural events that are going on, affiliated with the Jalisco group. There was something about that.
Something in conjunction with.
Yes.
So it would admit it more. But yeah, I don't think some of my questions are answered yet.
I would say, what have we done? we've established these formal relationships with Roscommon and these cities that we were just told about. Have we as a city done anything to foster or strengthen relationships with Fresnillo, Zacatecas?
So there is a staff liaison to sister cities, and so previously when the Sister Cities Association was more active, there was more communication between that organization and our staff, sharing of their meetings, which we would then share through different channels. And then yes, they would take the lead with some of these different events and commissioning some of our reserve ambulances and whatnot to these different cities. So there was more communication at that time, and we have attempted to maintain those communications now, but with the transition has been more difficult.
When was the last time that we had any communication with them from a staff standpoint?
Separate from the recent visit from the former Guadalajara mayor, that was the last time that we heard from them. It's typically when they set up an event like that to come into our city is when we would hear from them.
So 2023?
Well, that one happened more recently in the last few months, and then previously to that when he
The
visited
Sister
when he
City
was actually
Association
the
or
mayor.
the Sister Cities themselves?
Both.
Because they've met with me twice over the past year, the association.
I also met with then, I don't know if it was you, Vanya, or if it was Gilbert, and we met somebody, with Maria Rivas was with Gilbert. I don't know if she was the liaison.
Yes, she was a Sister Cities liaison. Ruby Pacon right now serves as the Sister Cities liaison. She's out today, but yes, previous to her it was Maria.
It almost seems like we always wait for them to come to us and see if they want to do something. I don't get the sense that we've been really proactive about, let's go out and, like I said, let's just be honest, I don't think this is a priority for us.
No.
And we've sort of relied on this separate group. So any further comments, questions before we take a vote? There's a motion and a second.
So you're proposing they show up on the 10th and there's a ceremony and a cake or something, and
As Sister Cities will be here with us, and we would all be invited. Of course, it's a special meeting, and we do this resolution as we did with Roscommon and exchange flags and cake and coffee and call it a day. At this point, we're not committing to anything else. Any further comments, questions? Call for the vote. Yep.
Still haven't.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, moving on to the next item, agenda item number 12, approval of a professional services agreement with Kingdom Causes Incorporated doing business as CityNet for homeless outreach services and an update from the city's homeless outreach efforts. This is under the purview of the administration that the City Council, one, authorize the city manager or his designee to execute the professional services agreement with Kingdom Causes Incorporated, DBA CityNet for homeless outreach services for a one-year period beginning September 1st, 2024, for the total contract amount of $414,437, and receive and file an update regarding the city's homeless outreach efforts. City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for item number 12?
Yes, Mayor, we'll have our Assistant City Manager do this report as well.
Okay.
Vanya, if I may, just for a second, just off topic, I just want to acknowledge all the high school students here. I believe they're high school students.
Yes,
I hope you're getting your
Calvary
money's. I hope they're getting their money's worth in watching this. So.
Is there an assignment going on, or why are so many high
What's your class? What are you in?
Government.
Welcome.
I remember when I had to do that. I'm sorry.
They got a good day.
Yeah. Please.
All right, well, thank you very much, City Manager Bradley. So yes, we'll be going through another report. It's a little lengthy, so I'll try to keep it brief. So for this report, we're going to be discussing the professional service agreement with CityNet and also providing an update regarding the city's homeless outreach efforts. The city has had a long history regarding providing and being proactive to assisting those with unhoused individuals in our city. This was more formalized in 2018 when the City of Downey adopted its plan to prevent and combat homelessness, which was outlining the city's priorities. And there was 7 major goals within that outline in that plan for the city was following. More recently, how that can be broken down to is primarily in 2 different categories: homeless outreach efforts and homeless prevention programs. So we're going to begin with homeless outreach efforts. There's 7 different areas that encompass that we're going to be walking through shortly. So the 7 different areas are strategic partnerships, proactive encampment cleanups, proactive Downey Police Department efforts, responsiveness to community requests, state and regional collaboration, grant opportunities. Oh, I apologize, it's repeated twice. So grant opportunities, and then also legislative advocacy. So regarding strategic partnerships, we have multiple partnerships with different groups and local faith organizations that we work with to maximize resources to better assist the homeless population. And then we have agencies that go out regularly to do outreach in Downey. So we have the Southern California Health and Rehabilitation Program, which is also known as SHARP. They go out and do outreach on Thursdays and as needed if there's any urgent mental health needs. I do want to note that this particular organization is through a contract with the Gateway COG, and they have the contract directly with SHARP, and then they disperse them into the different cities within the COG. We also have the Los Angeles Housing Service Authority, LAHSA. They are done through referral and in partnership with working with our Downey Police Department. The referral system is through LA HOP program that we do promote on our website and different social medias where individuals in the community can go to LA HOP, submit a service request, and LAHSA will go out. We also have the Whole Child by referral through the city's HUD CDBG funding, allocation for homeless prevention services, and as needed as well. We also have the LA Department of Public Health and Mental Health Department, which coordinate cleanups with the Downey Police Department as needed. And then we also have coordinate with 10 shelters, interim housing, or service providers in the area that help find available beds for individuals wanting assistance. In relationship to proactive enforcement cleanups, the Code Enforcement Division and the Downey Police Department conduct proactive cleanups with the help of service providers and agencies on a weekly basis on hotspot locations in the city. These cleanups also utilize the services of Ocean Blue Environmental to address hazardous waste, and other agencies including Union Pacific Railroad, Caltrans, and LA County Flood Control, which require a tremendous amount of coordination every week. And then, as you can tell by the different agencies, the hot spots are primarily along the railroad tracks, freeways, and riverbeds. Additionally, we have the proactive Downey Police Department efforts. The Downey Police Department has a homeless outreach team. The team consists of approximately 20 officers who will participate on an ancillary basis, and the team provides crisis services, link, and homeless individuals to Department of Mental Health, LAHSA/LA HOP, and other service providers. The Downey Police Department also has a mental health team. The team consists of 2 officers and one Department of Mental Health clinician assigned to the patrol division. The mental health clinician works with the Downey team 2 weeks out of every month. The clinician is part of the Southeast Regional Mental Health Evaluation Team, which consists of 7 local police departments and 5 other clinicians. Since September of 2022, running through March of 2025, the grant funding covers supplemental deployments of clinicians on overtime. And then also provides extra hours to the Downey Police Department, averaging 100 to 150 hours per month of supplemental deployments on varying days depending on their availability. I want to acknowledge that this funding for this program is done through the state program, the Behavioral Health, Mobile Crisis, and Non-Crisis Services through the California Department of Healthcare Services. And the Downey Police Department seeked those funds to help supplement them in their services.
Anya, can I ask you a quick question? Where's that photo from?
The one right there under the 3?
Number 3.
Yeah, so that's at the Rancho cleanup that was recently had, Rancho South Campus. So area number 4 is responsiveness to community requests. The city has developed various methods for the members of the community to report encampments and unhoused individuals who need assistance. These can be found on the city's home webpage and on the Downey app. These reporting methods are promoted on the city's social media pages. The Code Enforcement Division and the Downey Police Department, along with service providers, respond quickly to reports of unhoused individuals and encampments to provide assistance when we receive these reports. And when they do go out, they try to offer multiple services to assist the unhoused, and these range from mobile showers, mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment, medical ER services, and mental health court liaisonships. The police department in the last 12 months has responded to 1,313 calls or services related to homelessness. The Code Enforcement Division has responded to 324 service requests related to homelessness, and that's in combination of what we get from the service request app and phone calls received directly to the department. And then I do want to acknowledge that all these responses from city staff time, when we looked at how long it takes, the calls that go out, it is about $670,000 of staff time in contracting for the different service providers like the Ocean Blue Environmental to go out. So each year that cost us. Additionally, we have state and regional collaboration. The city partners in the Gateway COG homelessness committees to discuss planning and coordination around homeless prevention and response in the South region. As you can imagine, this is a regional, well, actually it's a state issue, but regionally we try to work collaboratively, so we're not, moving individuals between cities and try to address it collectively. The city assists in the coordinating and the LAHSA annual point-in-time homeless counts. So we have served someone that serves as a liaison to help determine a location, as well as locating volunteers for the event. The city also coordinates with LA County regarding the Hondo Center of Healing that recently opened. It's an 80-bed interim housing site on the campus of Rancho Los Amigos to ensure Downey are unhoused and receive priority shelter. This was a really big item for the city. We wanted to make sure if there was an interim housing site in the jurisdiction of the city of Downey that we were going to obtain priority referral for that site. And so this county was able to work with us on that. It should also be noted that LA County has a second facility used as a transitional housing on the Rancho Los Amigos campus, the Restorative Care Village. The village consists of 2 buildings, the 50-bed recuperative care center and the 80-bed regional residential treatment program. The city staff is also working very closely with agencies such as Caltrans and Union Pacific regarding ways to address property maintenance issues, including reinforced gates and landscaping maintenance. This is especially true with Caltrans along the 105. We're in active communications with them regarding maintenance of different gates and other areas so that they're not kept to being broken into and whatnot. Moving on to grants, opportunities, the city has applied to and received grant money from the state's Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program in the amount of $3.1 million to assist persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness and assist with the housing affordability programs. These monies are distributed to the city in tranches, and each tranche must be spent in a certain time frame between 2024 and 2028. The city supported LA County and LAHSA's joint encampment resolution funding program round 3 application to the state. The application focused on encampment resolution specifically along the 105 freeway and the Metro C line. The county did receive those monies from the state, so the city staff are currently working very closely with LA County CSO's office regarding the program implementation, which was previously mentioned by Councilmember Ortiz in some of those meetings that we have kicked off already. And then the last step was legislative advocacy under this area. So as part of the city's annual legislative platform, the city council and city staff meet with federal and state representatives to discuss with them our needs, including additional funding and resources as it relates to addressing homelessness. And so we did have those meetings this year. Our mayor was on those meetings to really express to those representatives what we really need to successfully try to address this as the best we can. The city also works closely with the League of California Cities and submit various position letters advocating for bills that assist cities in receiving direct funding, which is really key, where the cities are really trying to receive direct funding in order to assist them with combating homelessness. And now moving on to the other area, homelessness prevention programs. This is mainly broken down into 2 areas. We have financial assistance programs and affordable housing programs. Regarding the financial assistance program, the city's annual allocation plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, includes an allocation of home investment partnerships program funds to be distributed to a partner organization to provide homeless prevention services. In the fiscal year 23-24, the whole child was allocated $50,000 to serve approximately 20 families. The community development grant funds are also allocated annually to the Fair Housing Foundation to provide housing rights workshops, mediation and counseling services, and discrimination investigations on all sorts of support of homelessness prevention. They were allocated $20,000 to this organization, and as you see on the list, they were able to serve 197 residents. Additionally, the city utilized $990,000 of federal and state COVID-19 funding to provide 272 households in the city of Downey with financial assistance during COVID-19 pandemic. That was about an average of $3,600 of monies that were given to families that were assisted. In the February of 2024, the city entered into agreement with the Whole Child to provide supportive care, management, rapid rehousing, and rental assistance to Downey residents in the amount of $520,000 in the grant monies from PLHA program, which I had mentioned previously. And this was really key because due to the strict requirements of the PLHA and the timeline that these monies need to be spent and how what needs to be done, the Whole Child really was able to assist us in making sure that we don't lose those monies and we're able to spend them here in Downey. Next, then we also have the affordable housing efforts. In April 2022, the city adopted an inclusionary housing ordinance, which applies to all multi-family housing developments of 10 units or more. More specifically, housing developments that are intended for occupancy of ownership units will be required to provide 10% of units at moderate income level, while housing developments that are intended for occupancy of rental housing units will be required to provide 11% of units at moderate income levels. The recently approved 23-unit Olson Townhomes project was the first housing project to be considered after the adoption of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, and will be providing 3 moderate income housing level units to individuals and families. In April 2023, the city joined the Gateway Cities Affordable Housing Trust, a joint powers authority formed among the cities with the Gateway Cities region. The trust provides gap funding for development of affordable and supportive housing projects for populations that already exist within the community. There's been 2 rounds of funding. For the first round of funding, 2 projects in Signal Hill was awarded funding. For the second round of funding, and the most recent, a 143-unit housing project in Long Beach was awarded the project. The Veterans Common project in the city of Downey was submitted for consideration. It was ranked at number 4. And then how that works out is if there are any monies left from the previous 3 projects, then the monies will go to the Veterans Commons. But the city will also work in conjunction with this project to continue submitting applications for any future rounds so we can be first of mind for funding. And then speaking of the Veterans Commons project, it's a 100-unit affordable housing project. It's currently continues to seek funding for the project, and the city has worked very closely with the county and with their developer, Abode Communities, in order for the development and supporting with letters of support for grant fundings as well. Moving on to, for the professional services agreement with Kingdom Causes, Inc., also known as CityNet. So the city issued an RFP in March of 2024, and the reason why the city did this is because they wanted to continue the city's holistic approach to addressing homelessness and also recognize the amount of time that staff is being dedicated to homeless outreach. It really has grown substantially over the last few years, as I mentioned, to the costs that have been related to it. So as such, we
May I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure.
Have we been able to capture the cost that the staff has incurred, including PD staff, in addressing this homelessness issue?
Yes. So as mentioned previously, it's about $670,000 annually.
Thank you.
No problem. So as mentioned, we kicked off an RFP in March of 2024. We closed the RFP and we received 2 proposals regarding the RFP, one from Wellness Equity Alliance and from Kingdom Causes, Inc., also known as CityNet. Staff, there was a committee that reviewed the proposals and recommended CityNet to move forward to the interview phase, where city representatives interviewed CityNet regarding their services. After the interview and following the proposal ratings, city staff recommended to enter into agreement with CityNet for homeless outreach services. CityNet has been operating since 2003 with the mission of breaking the cycle of homelessness in the community it serves by connecting neighbors experiencing homelessness to transformative care and innovative solutions that lead to housing. It has currently 5 active contracts, including city, county, state, and federal and corporate contracts. According to the 2023 stakeholder report, it has ended homelessness of 922 men, women, and children, and has served 17,679 individuals. In the proposed agreement with CityNet, it'll be for a 1-year period beginning September 1st, and it'll be for the following services: outreach engagement, case management, supportive services, landlord engagement, housing navigation, housing documentation, emergency health, emergency mental health, transportation, client screening, eligibility referrals. Additionally to that, I should also mention that there's going to be 2 dedicated individuals from CityNet working from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday in our city. The individuals will also work closely with the city's Homeless Solutions Manager, the Downey Police and Fire Departments, and the Community Development Department Code Enforcement Division to help ensure smooth coordination and referral for clients who contact public safety or emergency personnel. In addition to providing homeless outreach services, city staff is recommending that we utilize them to conduct a homeless census. As previously mentioned, the city has participated in LAHSA's point-in-time count. Over the last few years, there's been multiple concerns regarding the methodology that LAHSA uses for their point-in-time count, and the numbers have really fluctuated across cities and spas in the region. And so many cities, including with our recommendation, is they request that a third-party provider does their own homeless census. And so we're recommending that CityNet will do a homeless census for us in the city of Downey. By conducting homeless census, it will help provide critical data so the city can make informed decisions on resource allocation and accurately gauge intervention effectiveness against a statistical baseline. For the 2 items, for the homeless outreach services and for the homeless census, the grant funding total for this would be $414,436, utilizing the PLHA funding grant that we received from the state. So moving forward, regarding additional city efforts that we'll be undertaking following the Supreme Court decision and Governor Newsom's executive order. The city will be taking these following actions in the upcoming months and weeks. Some of them have already been undertaking, and they'll be presented to you at a future city council meeting. To walk them through, so evaluating the Homelessness Solutions Manager, we've had some difficulty trying to fill this position, so we're going to be evaluating the scope of the position, the services it's going to be providing, and trying to attract a better interest and expand the applicant pool. In addition to contracting CityNet for homeless outreach services, city staff is currently working with local shelters to secure shelter beds that would be dedicated to Downey unhoused individuals. Instead of trying to constantly call one of the 10 shelters or service providers to try to locate a bed for an individual.
Bonnie, sorry, yes. I do have a question really, just to understand. Until we hire a homeless solutions manager position, who is CityNet going to be reporting to directly?
Me.
Will be you?
Yes.
Okay.
So to continue on with that, I just want to mention regarding the shelter beds, that would also be utilizing PLHA funding as well. So we're trying to really take advantage of all the grant opportunities and not use general fund city monies. Continuing on, the city is going to be reviewing the city's anti-capping and anti-loitering provisions of the Downey Municipal Code, following the direction from the executive order of the Governor Newsom, and also now with the Supreme Court decision is really providing an opportunity for us to look at our municipal code and see where areas we need to make improvements and suggestions for city council consideration. City staff is also going to continue to educate the business committee on the city's public nuisance laws and the importance of maintaining properties and obtaining a letter of agency from the Downey Police Department. Addressing homelessness and other related items to that, it really takes a collaborative effort in the community, and part of that is also working with the business community to help them understand what the City of Downey requests and requirements are, and how letters of agency with our police department can really help assist them. So we're working to make sure we get that message out and how we can be an assistance to them. We're also going to be exploring the feasibility of enhancing park security through a third-party vendor. This will supplement our park ranger program and our Downey Police Department. So we have 24/7 type of review of our parks and try to address anything that we see immediately. And then lastly, coordinating with LA County regarding funding for encampment cleanups on county jurisdiction and working through them with those items. Additionally, I should mention that city staff is developing education public messaging to educate and inform the public. So we do have a brochure for homeless resources. So we're going to be updating that information with what we're currently doing, what CityNet is going to be providing, and then providing that to the community and all our service providers. So that concludes city staff's report. I do want to acknowledge that we do have representatives from CityNet here to also be available for any questions. We have Deputy CPO Rosie Choi and Regional Supervisor Andres Hernandez, who are here with us today. I or them are able to answer any questions you may have regarding the professional services agreement or the homeless outreach update.
Thank you. So the council is being asked to authorize our city manager to enter into this agreement. Do any council members have any questions or comments?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Thank you, Vania, for the detailed report. Well, actually, yes, I do have a question. It indicates on the report that two dedicated individuals from CityNet will be working from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and they will be working closely with our city staff. Of course, once we get that homeless solution manager and then our PD and fire department, are these two individuals going to be stationed here, or they're going to be out in the field?
Yes, so we will be working with them to have a dedicated location, so similar to Sharp. Sharp has a location out of the Wilderness Park building, so they have here where they can keep their belongings and any other laptops or things that they need to meet with someone to bring them in more privately so they're not out in public. So that would be a similar arrangement that we'll be having with CityNet.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And this is really good. I think we're all looking forward to being able to hire that homeless solutions manager. And but I think we are looking forward to having this move forward and help us fight homelessness. Thank you. That's all I have.
It's a really good detailed report. Gave us a lot of insight. My question on CityNet is there a surrounding city close by that is one of their contracted cities?
Yes, one of them is Paramount that does use them for their homeless census and for other reaches.
Okay, you said Paramount and?
I would have to pull
just
up the
Paramount?
other.
Okay, that's
yeah,
fine.
I know Paramount is one of the ones that uses them, but we can get Norwalk as well is one of the cities. And I'm sorry, I do know actually Norwalk and Whittier.
Their metrics here show that they did have some good results with what they do.
Yes.
So that kind of solidifies that they are very well qualified.
And staff did reach to staff at Whittier, Norwalk, and Paramount regarding their use of CityNet, and they all spoke very highly of them and the outcomes that they have seen there. And we also have representatives here if they want to speak on that.
Great. Any questions for the representatives of CityNet? Questions, comments?
Welcome. We look forward to having you help us.
Thank you for having us.
City.
We're excited. I
give
also wanted to clarify that we have a contract in Redondo Beach and El Monte as well. And again, we work closely with all city officials and corresponding sergeants, lieutenants, chiefs. So we'll be in contact anytime there's any sort of request, pending that there's no appointments set by the case managers prior with clients that they have encountered. We usually respond to the calls for PD, so that way if they require assistance, so that way they can free up their time fighting crime, we can go ahead and assist the clients in whatever need, whether it be asking them if they need relocation somewhere, because we do offer that as well if they happen to be stuck here and have a family elsewhere that will be willing to take them.
So if someone does accept help and wants to go into a shelter, then is there a vehicle, or how do they get to where they can go?
We transport them. So as long as the shelter accepts anybody from LA County, now there are shelters that are tied to cities. So for example, I know there's a shelter in Bellflower that only accepts folks from ties with Bellflower.
Right.
It is our job to locate and identify all the shelters that take anybody from anywhere in LA County, and we will transport them directly there and conduct a warm handoff to the shelter.
If I can just add to that, so that was another reason why city staff is trying to secure shelter beds at one of the surrounding shelters. So then if there is an individual who wants to seek shelter, that we are able to provide that to them immediately, rather than trying to secure and making different phone calls, that we have that readily available.
And then it would be our Public Works to any remaining items that are at the site. Our Public Works would then remove that, or?
Yeah, there is a process for that for any belongings between our code enforcement division and Public Works. There's some requirements that we have to abide by keeping any of
Storage
this
or something
building.
like that,
That is
I see.
correct, yes.
I just have a quick question. How long has CityNet been in existence?
2003?
2003.
We've been around since 2003, so about 21 years.
21 years. Thank you.
With the other cities that you contract, is it standard that each city has 2 employees stationed there, or is it just, how's it in other cities?
So we have 2 employees, one for safety reasons. I know some outreach organizations usually have 1, but working in pairs not only does it ensure the safety of our staff, but it also helps us if one staff were to be sick. The other staff already knows the majority of the clientele, so none of the appointments will fall through. And as well, we have flexibility with other staff members that are interchangeable. So we have a general training of how to deal with any sort of individual experiencing homelessness across the board. So let's just say both team members happen to, I don't know, get COVID. We have staff members in our office that can fill in those positions. So virtually the gap in service is little to none. And if there ever is a gap in service, I would be notifying Vanya and letting them know that X, Y, Z reason is why we're not there today.
And then Councilor Ortiz, I think building upon the question that you're asking, so we did communicate with CityNet when putting together the agreement to see if perhaps we can add to it, if maybe additional staffing is maybe probably what you're alluding to. They really recommended to stick to this as the baseline, and once they do the census and really get a feel for what's going on in our community, then we can re-engage about what the additional services that we may or may not need. But what goes along with that is if we do continue enhance the outreach, then we need to make sure we really have the other components available, like the shelter beds, like the connections, because then it makes it a little harder. So, but we will be reassessing that once the contract goes through.
Great. Yeah, and that's the reason why I was asking. And I appreciate that we're going to reassess later on and see if we need more staffing or anything. I do want to appreciate staff. I know this is a very hot topic issue, and I know our police have been facing issues, Public Works cleaning up. So I do really appreciate the hard work we're doing and how proactive we're getting into it. So I just want to say thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Council members, any more questions or comments?
Just one more question on the area that they're going to go through. Is it going to be within Downey limits in the sense of the private property along freeway frontage, riverbeds as well? Anything that's county owned that you would be going in there or not going in there?
So we go only in the city of Downey because our case managers are assigned to Downey. We can go into riverbeds. We don't do freeways. We can go along with Caltrans if we need to, and then along, of course, in any other areas. But we don't enter on private property unless we're escorted by law enforcement or something of that nature. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So for property that's owned by LA County, they're not allowed to go in?
We'll be coordinating with LA County on that. They have given us some leeway in what we can and cannot do on their property, so we'll be working with them on that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the recommended actions. Is there a motion? So moved.
And second.
Is there a second? Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Moving on to item 13, adoption.
I wish to applaud with this one because this is going to be a great asset to Downey, so thank you very much.
Thank you. 13, item 13, adoption of resolutions certifying an update to the city's local road safety plan and authorizing the submittal of applications for highway safety improvement program funds to implement various traffic safety projects. This is under the purview of our Public Works Department, that the City Council discuss the update to the city's local road safety plan, adopt a resolution number 24-8265 approving the city's updated local road safety plan, and 3, adopt resolution number 24-8266 approving the submittal of highway safety improvement program funding applications. City Manager Bradley, I see that our Director of Public Works is here. Matthew Bumgarner, I believe you're here to provide a report.
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Just providing you a little bit of background, with a general eye toward traffic safety throughout the city, our council directed staff to take a look at traffic conditions throughout. We felt that it was good to start with the local road safety plan that was adopted by City Council in 2022, which had already taken a look at using collision data throughout the city to put together a plan that's required by Caltrans and the feds in order to be able to apply for any funding that goes towards doing traffic safety projects. A necessary component, as I mentioned, it looked at collision data between 2015 and 2020, looking at severity of accidents and those contributing factors to those collisions, and using that information, developing scores for each intersection and segment of road. From that, we created a prioritized list based on these scores, which included recommended mitigations on all of these projects. And using this data provided by Wildan when they did this study, staff was able to apply for 5 separate grant applications with a highway safety improvement program, which is administered by Caltrans. These projects included looking at making improvements along the Firestone corridor with traffic signal improvements, various pedestrian crosswalk projects, looking at bike lanes, and traffic signal improvements throughout the city, as well as a median project on Florence Avenue. Staff was successful in gaining some funds from the HSIP Cycle 11 to address pedestrian crosswalks on Gardendale Street. This is over by St. Matthias Academy and Hoover Avenue, as well as a project for a crosswalk that leads directly to the Our Lady Perpetual Help School on Downey Avenue. Other CIP projects that have been developed with funding secured to start to address Firestone Boulevard include improvements at Lakewood Boulevard, as well as Downey Avenue and Reeves Avenue. Staff reached out to Wildan after council directed us to take a look at this again to update that data. As I mentioned before, we were looking at 2015 through 2020. An update looked at bringing that data all the way up to 2023. Wildan used the same methodology to examine accidents at each of the intersections and road segments, and if you look at the heat map, this is a representation of the collision data that was collected over that 4-year period. A new prioritized list of projects was created with recommended mitigations at 10 intersections as well as 10 corridors based on collision scores. And one of the maps that Wildan had prepared is just kind of give council an idea of how Downey compares to other cities in the region when it comes to looking at fatalities or severe injuries. And what we found was that we are similar or less significant than many of the neighboring cities. So just to give you a kind of an idea of how we compare in the region. As mentioned, this update to the 2024 Local Road Safety Plan identifies 10 intersection projects, of which staff already has numerous projects to address the top 5. These include improving Firestone and Lakewood Boulevard, which we should be bringing to council for awarding a contract in the next couple of months and doing that work in the second half of this year. Which includes widening of the intersection to add additional left turns, new signals and equipment, improvements to the crosswalk and curb ramps. There's also a project that addresses improving traffic signal operation and curb ramps at both Downey Avenue and Reeves Avenue. And in partnership with City of Norwalk, who's the lead agency doing some work over Cecilia Street, and I believe Council has heard many times in the past when residents came forward regarding speeding issues at Cecilia Street. The top 10 corridors are shown here. These include Klondike Avenue, Firestone Boulevard, Hall Road, Imperial Highway, Florence Avenue, Bellflower Boulevard, Vista Del Rio Drive, Lakewood Boulevard, Downey Avenue, and Cecilia Street. And as with the intersections, there are a number of CIP projects already in the works that address many of these. This includes intersection improvements on Firestone Boulevard, which I mentioned before, Hall Road improvements, which look at curb ramps, sidewalk, lighting, signage, and striping, and medians improvements along Hall Road. Imperial Highway, those include intersection improvements at Paramount and Lakewood in the future. Florence Avenue also includes an intersection improvement, as well as traffic signal and curb ramp improvements at Downey and Brookshire. Lakewood includes intersection improvements and signal upgrades that were recently completed at 4 separate intersections, as well as traffic signals from Century to Gardendale. Downey Avenue also has an intersection, as I mentioned before, improvement at Firestone, and then the speed humps project that Norwalk is taking the lead on at Cecilia Street. The LRSP 2024 identifies 7 projects for funding. Staff is currently preparing applications to submit to the HSIP administrators at Caltrans, which are due by September 9th. Many of these are similar to the ones in 2022. In addition to improvements at Firestone, the general pedestrian crosswalk improvements, bike lane improvements, we also look at systemic sidewalk projects where we can identify using funds for filling in sidewalk gaps at different locations in the city. And these are the projects that staff will be moving forward with applying for with HSIP. These are scored by the likelihood that the projects have potential for qualify for funding. Wildan has done the analysis and prepared the data for staff to use in the applications, as well as other projects on the list. And staff was successful, as I mentioned before, in getting one project in Cycle 11, so our hope is we would qualify for additional funds for at least pedestrian crosswalks, if not at least one of the other ones on the list. It's a highly competitive grant, and staff pays for these traffic safety projects using HSIP funds, but there's other funding sources that we're always looking to use and apply towards different projects. So what we have here is not the complete list of what we try to address with traffic safety. These are just the ones that have the best chance of being successful under the HSIP Cycle 12 program. Other projects that we do and other grants are through the Caltrans Active Transportation Program, ATP, Safe Routes to School. We've been successful at securing funds. We've completed a project, a phase 1 project a couple of years ago. We are currently in design on phase 2, and we've applied for additional funds that we should hear back in October of this year. Work that's been done in South Downey under this program includes various sidewalk, curb ramp, and crosswalk improvements near several of our schools. These include elementary schools, Ward Elementary, Carpenter, Imperial Elementary, Old River Elementary, Alameda Elementary, as well as St. Raymond Catholic School, Sussman Middle School, and Stafford Middle School. And if you look at this picture, this kind of just gives you an example. Under phase 1 of the Safe Routes to School project, you can see a neighborhood leading to Ward Elementary on one side of the street where there was no sidewalk, and this grant helped to pay for installing sidewalks along this side of the street. I also just want to mention sort of the coordination that's always going on between our Public Works and our police department. There's a number of traffic studies that Public Works is working on, and our traffic division and police department has really been an essential element of helping us do those studies. They provide accident reports. Using this information, we are able to identify trends that are going on and be able to proactively go after and do studies, but it also helps us to supplement existing studies. So as we're looking at a request to add a stop sign in a particular area, we're looking at collision data over the last few years. We'll reach out to our police department and say, has there been anything in the last 6 months that we don't have in the database that we might be able to use? And they are often able to help us identify recent events that have happened in the last couple months to help us supplement and complete our study. Our Public Works engineering staff also periodically does speed surveys, and this is important because our police department would not be able to enforce the posted speed limits if we didn't do these on a periodic basis. So these are required in order to legally enforce the speed limits. They are data driven, and they go out and collect data, and they need to be certified, and they're actually brought to council to certify those speed surveys. Our PD staff, the PD staff also routinely reach out to Public Works as they are often driving around the city and they see issues with signage or pavement markings. They reach out to our Public Works maintenance staff to address tree trimming near signs, or if we see faded lane markings or stop markings on the ground, they'll reach out to us and let us know. And so there's just a very strong cooperative process here. Enforcement requests that come to Public Works staff at our counter through our maintenance line, we pass those on to our PD traffic division, where speed enforcement is requested based on this community input. And the traffic division, as a result, and they also do this obviously as they get requests all the time for establishing additional enforcement patrols, they will go out and establish patrols, or they will, I'm showing a mobile radar trailer that was deployed this morning on Brookshire and near Brookshire and Calumet. And so this is something that they are very responsive on and move these trailers around the city. Our ongoing efforts with using this LRSP 2024, we think of it as a guidance document that helps us evaluate and prioritize traffic studies. So it's something that we'll be referring back to. Funding sources are going to be sought for all of the top 20 projects that are recommended in this plan, intersections and corridors. We'll continue to work with our police department to monitor the intersections and corridors that are identified in the LRSP. And obviously we'll be starting to incorporate findings from this document into our 5-year CIP plan. Caltrans recommends updating the LRSP every 4 years, so I just want to mention that our council was really ahead of the game in doing this 2 years. And I have a feeling that this could help us as we start to apply for grants, because many of the cities similar to us had their plans adopted in 2022 and are working off of data that stops in 2020. We've now managed to add 4 more years of data, which is something they can take into consideration as they're evaluating our applications. With that, we have our recommendations are to adopt resolution number 24-8265, which approves the city's updated local road safety plan, as well as resolution number 24-8266, approving the submittal of HSIP funding applications. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And I also just want to mention I have Nicole Spann from Wildan Engineering who helped us to do this study, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Baumgartner, and welcome, Nicole. Do any council members have any questions or comments for our director or the representative from the company? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. This was an excellent report, and I just wish this administrative report would have been pushed up to the beginning, because this is such great data, and I'm afraid there's 2 members of our community here to hear it, and this is gold. Really, this information is gold. I was going through this report. It's crazy to read. Crashes involving pedestrians mostly were due to pedestrian right-of-way violations and other pedestrian violations, both putting the pedestrian at fault in the police report. And then right here it reads, in Downey, 55% of crashes were due to these two violations, faulting pedestrians. And I just think that it is important to, as I looked at also the mitigation measures, of course, education, enforcement, but certainly rapid flashing beacons, and I know that my council colleagues have been looking at in addressing, and which is included in this report, the crosswalks and
Absolutely.
The restripping of these, because many throughout our city have faded. So I really enjoyed looking at the pedestrian crash location heat maps. That really zeroes in on a lot of great data, and I certainly hope that we can somehow make this information known to our community, because we are being proactive, and I know that as a council, we can't be everywhere all at once. Our PD cannot be everywhere all the time, given the size and the growth of our community. But having these measures in place and looking at 5 years out, looking at what areas really need immediate and most significant attention, allows us then to hopefully have a safer city, have a safer neighborhoods. But I just want to say this report and this data is really gold, and I look forward to getting lots of grants, knowing that we've been a bit ahead of the curve with our plan. So thank you for this. I really appreciate all this data. I really love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just jump on that, I just want to say thank you, Roger. I know from day one I asked for this report, and every week I've been, hey, Roger, when is this report coming in front of us? And I just want to say thank you to you, to staff, to really, give us this information and give us this, how we can better keep our community safe. So I just want to say thank you. I do have a couple questions, if I may. What makes the other communities like Maywood, Montebello, Bell Gardens, have less traffic collisions compared to Downey? What are they doing that maybe we're not doing?
That's a great question. We have to probably dig into that a little deeper to find out what's.
I know. I was like,
It could be less population on the streets. It could be different measures they put in place that maybe our infrastructure a little older or something. There could be lots of different factors to play into that. Less rural area. We have more commercial, so we had a lot more people into our area. That kind of stuff is probably.
Yeah, well, remember too, that some of these smaller cities, they're 2.1 square miles or 1.5 square miles versus 12 and a half square miles. In the various high schools, Downey alone has 3 high schools and 3 hospitals. Some of these cities have none of that, and they're adjacent to a freeway. So, some of those, I'm guessing, could play a role.
Yeah. And Chief, I know I saw the on Brookshire, that speed track. Does that give you any data of, it's one thing to place them here and there, but does that help, police officers in any way?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get any data from them. It's truly just to try and make the drivers aware of what the speed is. But we'll place them out based on complaints that we get from the citizens. We have a schedule that the sergeant puts together so that they get deployed in those areas. Some of it comes from the council, some of it comes from different traffic collision areas. But it's just another thing that hopefully will deter people, or they'll see it and alert them and they realize, hey, they need to slow down.
Okay, so it's more of a deterrence. Is there anything right now currently that will provide data to you guys in regards to when they place these things and then you see, okay, cars are driving 45, 55 on a 30?
We do speed counts and speed surveys on a regular basis to make sure that the speeds are appropriate and that we can continue to maintain enforcement on those streets. And that happens periodically. I don't know, Matt, if you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the engineering speed surveys that are done are under the California Vehicle Code. We are required to go out periodically and test the speed on different segments of road to make sure that the posted speed limit is appropriate for that section of road. So we do those every 5 to 7 years, depending on the geometry of the road, the conditions that are there, and we bring those. Those are actually adopted by council when those surveys are done.
Well, thank you. That's all the questions.
I had a comment. I like seeing how the sidewalks were put in, particularly by Ward Elementary. But I know a lot of residents who don't have sidewalks, they get all that, not necessarily their own property because it's a city easement. Do you ever get pushback from a resident to say, no, you can't put it in? Do they have a voice on that? It is an easement that we have, or it just depends?
You know,
have to
that
get
is
approval?
a very difficult question because yes, there are times where people have lived in that home since, I don't know, the 1960s, and there is an easement there, and they're often not very aware of that's there. And so when you come to put in a sidewalk or other easement item in there, they get a little bit upset. So it's a process that's difficult, especially when you have a community where long stretches don't have sidewalks and things of that nature. And we've dealt with that actually here.
They'll receive
in
a
the past
letter,
year.
is that what they're gonna say?
Yeah. So, but yes, it's a concern.
Yeah. And then noting on the top 10 points of impact, I'll call that, I think we all know and we've seen on social media, it's Lakewood and Firestone. It's Mayor Frometta's corner there. Yes. And it's a high number, but one of the residents on one of the social media posts kept saying the answer is a dedicated left turn signal on all four corners. Too many people try to make a left turn when the oncoming traffic thinks they can run that yellow light, and that's why they have the collision. So I might suggest that maybe staff look into a dedicated left so that you can't turn right when the signal turns to kind of prevent that. It might not be good for people turning. They won't be able to go through. They'll have to wait. But to prevent that accident ratio there.
Yeah, and
Lakewood and Firestone?
Lakewood and Firestone. It's a very wide intersection too. It's like a whole nother country there because it's big.
Yeah, and
And the next impact here is my corner, Paramount and Florence. But that is a dedicated left turn. You need that.
But I if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a dedicated left turn?
Lakewood North and South not.
And part of the design and that project that we'll be bringing back to council in the next couple months includes adding left turn signals
Firestone different.
on the north and southbound for Lakewood. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very detailed report. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments for Matthew Baumgartner? I will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the recommended actions.
I'll make a motion.
Second. This side now.
Thank you. I heard a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilwoman Frometta. Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. The time having arrived, it is 9:28 p.m. The City Council meeting will be adjourned now in memory of firefighter Dustin Roberto, 34 years of age, of the LA County Fire Department, assigned to Fire Station 93 in Palmdale, who died from duty-related cancer. And also in memory of Deputy Sheriff Brandon Cunningham, who was fatally shot while responding to a domestic call in Hiram, where him and his partner were ambushed, with the suspect later found with a self-inflicted wound. And Correctional Officer Hunter Miller, who had served with the Kentucky Department of Corrections, tragically suffered a fatal heart attack during his emergency response team physical training test and was pronounced dead at the local hospital despite life-saving efforts. And Sergeant Billy Randolph, who was fatally struck by a wrong-way driver at the crash scene. And Deputy Sheriff Hunter Reedy was tragically shot and killed while assisting with the traffic stop when the driver, becoming agitated, opened fire, fatally wounded him. Please, a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.